says, mijo, something's gonna blow. Flags fade on the old hotel, tourists drink their rum and go. Radio talks into accents about a brand new vogue. Cuba, 51st state of the sun, stars and stripes in the Caribbean. Same blue waves, a different anthem, still the same red in our drum. Cuba, 51st state of the sun, side by side on that banner we run. From Havana down to Key West, we rise as 51. Ball game in the busted barrio, kids swap caps, argy calls. One says soon we're buying hot dogs in a big new stadium wall. Street band plays old boleros, slides into something strange. A pledge in a different language, but the hope feels just the same. Cuba, 51st state of the sun, stars and stripes in the Caribbean. Same blue waves, a different anthem, still the same red in our drum. Cuba, 51st state of the sun, side by side on that banner we run. From Havana down to Key West, we rise as 51. Will they still dance till the morning? Will Abuela save her songs? Can a brand new piece of paper hold a hurt that's old this long? We've been islands in our heads, farther than the sea is wide. Maybe 50 stars and one more can fit under this tide. Oh yeah! Cuba, 51st state of the sun, stars and stripes in the Caribbean. Same blue waves, a different anthem, still the same red in our drum. Cuba, 51st state of the sun, side by side on that banner we run. From Havana down to Key West, we rise as 51. Dust on the truck bed, mile after mile. Fields stretch out wide like they got a mind of their own. Red sign at the hall, coffee gone cold. Everybody talking with a fire in their bones. Hear that rumble now, under boots on the floor. October is coming and we want something more. October 19th, we're standing up. October 19th, we've had enough. Alberta singing loud, let the whole world hear. October 19th, freedom's here. Hard hats on hooks, checks run thin, hands on the ledger and the same old grin. From the shop to the rig, from the barn to the street, people keep asking, what do we believe? Hear that rumble now, under boots on the floor. October
welcome to the NPC show. Deprogramming the world one NPC at a time. I'm your host Frank. Today is, was it Tuesday? Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026. 2026. Hello guys, good morning. One second, boy. I woke up late today and I had to rush to set up. I can't even believe that the show is actually starting on time. There are no not really no hiccups, but better than it could have been, better than it could have been. Hello guys, good morning. Good morning, Mary, Bourbon, Bendy, Carrie, Diamond G's, David Stores. Thanks for being here, buddy. Mr. Noel, Lisa, more chaos. Good to see you. Birdie, hello to you. Rhoda, Barry, good to see you. Joshua, Sherry, Rock the Casbah, long time. Phoebe Flanagan, good to see you on this side too. Lisa, Becky, and Sherry, hello to you, all of you. Good morning. Hello to people on Rumble. We got Mary, Dixie, Casey Super Trucker, E30, Liberty, good to see you. And how's everyone over on Foxhole? See there, God's Grace, good to see you. Stephanie Sprague, good to see you. SR Tire, good morning to all of you over on Foxhole. What did we watch last night? It was pretty good last night. We watched Sleeping with the Enemy. Boy, we haven't seen dramas. We haven't had any recent dramas like that in a while, huh? Yeah, Julia Roberts in the movie Sleeping with the Enemy. That was something else. That was, by the way, picked out by the lovely Jillian, who's not here right now. Anyways, she'll be here later. But it was picked out by her. It's a pretty good 1992 movie. Yeah, I've never seen her act like that ever. Usually she's just a big slut, sort of a big slut, like an acceptable slut. What is this? Ooh, something in Madrid's on fire. Let's go look at that real quick. So we have a pretty long. We have a long day period. Okay, we have a long show, and then we've got like 3 things to watch. We've got an EO signing. Trump's doing a speech in about 2 hours at the Mack truck factory. I think the factory or maintenance facility, whatever it is. And then we've got the DOJ presser, which we might skip depending on how many people are actually left by then. But we shall see. So long day today. Hello, Debbie. Good morning to you. Big hugs to you. Hugs everyone tight. Everyone hug big Debbie tight. Big hugs from Debbie. What is this one? Senate floor. President Trump. Oh, the database. Anyways, well, I got blocked, did it not? I don't know, man. Things are so jacked up on the election front, in the congressional front. Hello to Kismeto, Joe, Caliman, Anita. Good to see you. Tanya, we celebrated your birthday the other day. Yeah, it was, what day was it? Sorry, lots of birthdays to keep track of. Friday. We celebrated your birthday on Friday. Well, here's the confetti today. It's never better late than never. Hey, Tanya Flynn's birthday was Friday. It's okay, no worries. We figured you were busy. I'm just glad you're okay. I was like, shit, she dead? Like everyone else is dying? She's fine. Yay, Tanya. Oh, you're working. Ooh, you're a Friday night working. Well, it's Friday morning. Never mind, I'm an idiot. I'm bad. Hello, Becky. Good morning to you. Hello, Casanova. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, happy birthday to Tanya. It was Friday. Yeah. And Keith Asubi was a Saturday. And Joshua was this Saturday. Joshua Stores, the son of David Stores there. David Stores. Yeah. Anyways, let's get going, guys. We have quite a bit to get through. Let's kill the music. All right, let's get going. Let's get to this real quick. First story of the day is a fire out at, what the hell is that sound? Good Lord. Wow, that is a whole floor missing. What is going on here? That's got to be some sort of like a balcony area, like a lounge floor or something like that. That is at a hotel in Madrid. It is on fire. Yeah, it's just Spain though, guys, so it doesn't really matter. It's just another third world trash country soon to be, right? Yeah. Anyways, Carrie's husband's birthday is today. Okay, cool. Let's add him. Let me do that real quick. Let's see. No, I didn't want to do that. No, stop it. There we go. Duplicate. We're doing cool creation Carrie's husband's birthday, and it's gonna be What is it today? The 23rd? 23rd. Added. You're on there. Oh, I misspelled your name. Call Creations. Come on. Cool. Cool Creation Carrie's husband's birthday. All events. Good. Wait, let me add his name in there. Kevin's birthday. Cool. All right, you were on there. Cool. Hello, Bradley. Good morning to you. Thanks for being here. All right, let's get going. Let's get back to the show. First story of the day. A liberal man was arrested for vandalizing the Lincoln pool again, guys. This is like number 5 here, okay? He has ties. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Rewind that. First story of the day. This man, one of the men who have been arrested for vandalizing the reflecting pool, has ties to major left-wing funding network. Look at that. We're not surprised about that. Yeah, Hearn. Wait, Hearn. Hearn, isn't that the athlete? Hearn has ties to a major left-wing fundraising network. They show he donated to Democrat fundraising. Also, he's a donator. I'm sure they're making money on this as well. Wait till I show you the lady who got caught, because she was filming herself doing it. Because again, you need to provide receipts in order to get paid. Just like the ballot harvesters. Remember them? Remember them taking pictures of themselves dropping up stacks of ballots into those boxes? Yeah, that.
Clean up the
so this person here, is it? Has multiple donations to left-wing organizations, huh? I'm sure they're getting paid for this. I'm sure they're making bigger bucks. Hopefully not enough for them to afford a decent lawyer. We don't want them to have a fair fight in court. These people are communists. They're traitors. They do not deserve a fair trial. They should be put on a military tribunal for treason, actually. Okay? That's how I feel about it. Quick trial. Remember that? Quick trial. We still got to do that, by the way. D penalties for large drug dealers. Yeah. So anyways, so there's that. Next story, we got another arrest, guys. This person here, what did they do? The man admits on camera to yelling and basically harassing Oklahoma State troopers. So apparently, I guess Markwin Mullen might have called on some Oklahoma State troopers to be deployed into DC to help with this. Good stuff. So this guy just got busted, but not vandalizing. This guy was just harassing the Oklahoma State troopers. Wow. Yeah, should have pushed them over. Should have, like WWF style, pushed them over the ropes. There's no audio of him anyways. We're not going to be able to hear anything. So he's just going to be a public disturbance harassing case here. Oh, look at him. Oh, he's so tough. Yeah. Anyways, we're going to watch that in a bit. Here's today's headlining story. This lady right here is tampering with the reflecting pool in DC and filming herself, okay? And look at this. Look at the guy behind her. He's got an earpiece. He's recording her doing that. You just got caught, lady. You got caught. That is an undercover cop. And the guy filming is also an undercover cop. Filming this, and they published this. Actually, I don't know, the guy filming this might actually be TMZ. I'm not sure, because it's got a TMZ watermark, but again, these guys watermark everything like it's their own. But she got busted. Look at that. You got caught red-handed. That guy, undercover cops now, guys, in the vicinity, earpiece, busted. You're getting locked up. You're facing 10 years. I hope you made enough money to afford your lawyers. Hey, this is what happens when you think you're better than you really are, lady. Huh? You spent your entire life being too good for everyone, and now you're not charming enough or hot enough, especially with all those tattoos, to get yourself a decent man. Now you gotta take money from Mark Bray and Neville Singham to destroy the reflecting pool for money, because no man will take you in. No man will care for you, because you are useless. You don't cook, or you refuse to cook. You refuse to cook, or you can't cook. One of the two. You're absolute dog shit trash woman. Look at that. Look at that. That's a bit overwhelming for one little whammon, huh? But look at all these two are guarding to make sure no one tries to free her. I hope that, you know what you do? Don't guard, and then when they try to free her, just tase them. Tase them real goodly. Yeah? Busted, lady. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to hear the. Oh my God! Look at that face. No wonder you gotta work for a living. Holy crap. Holy crap. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. If you don't got the looks, you got to work on your personality, or you're fucked. If you don't work on both, you're gonna be doing work for Neville Singham like this lady right here. Yeah. So good stuff. Good stuff. I wish this wasn't so publicized so that they wouldn't know about these undercover cops and get caught more. But she did. Now you can clearly see her filming herself right here. She has a cell phone in her hand. And you can see this guy with a cell phone in his hand. He's recording what she's doing. He's got an earpiece, right? He's an undercover. He's with all of them. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyways, so good luck with the 10 years. Next story. Trump posted this morning. He says 6 people now have been arrested and 7 people have been cited for damage they did to our country's now beautiful reflecting pool, or soon to be again. The 350-foot gash made by a very sharp knife or razors is actually numerous slashes over a very long 350-foot length. It was purposely and criminally done, and somebody had to work very hard, probably in the dark of night, to create such a condition. Otherwise, the small area at the bottom of the pool was cut and powerfully lifted off the surface, leaving very jagged, uneven edges. The large areas of grass are being replaced. In any event, even prior to fixing those areas, the reflecting pool is as beautiful as it can be. We will drain some of the water either immediately before or after the 4th of July to do the permanent repair. And don't forget, whoever did the damage needs to pay restitution. I believe they owe us $14 million. Okay? And if they have a problem with that, you can lock them up in prison, and they can work at a wage of $1 an hour until it's paid off. Okay? And that's how you get people for life for vandalism. Yeah? Also, Trump says he's going to be suing ABC News. Look at that. Over their false Lincoln reflecting pool reporting. Yeah, he said that he said it here.
We had vandalism. No, vandals. You know, we have I think 290, 300-foot slit right through it, probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind. Or we had people lifting up the basic, it's not a lot of damage, but we'll probably have to let the water out and refix it. They went in there with a knife. I was just told by the people over at Parks, they have 5 people are arrested and 5 people are under investigation right now. And it's a sad thing. In addition to that, we put brand new, beautiful grass all around. They put these massive letters on the grass.
Thank you very much, David Storrs, for the donation, buddy. You are awesome. Keeping the channel alive every day. Thank you, buddy. And you guys can too by joining as a member on YouTube. It's $3 a month. You can also join on Rumble. Thank you. Next story. 2 more people have been arrested in the UFC terror plot. This is one of them here. Plot. Where does this guy get arrested? Somewhere in New Hampshire or something like that? Yeah, 2 more. So yeah, they talk, you see? This is what happens. You guys work together in this little tea attack, and one of you gets caught, and all of you go down for the same reason, because you don't really like each other. You're doing this for money, okay? You're doing this for money, and you got caught, and like, it's no fair. I'm going down, not them, and they still get to make all that money. They're going down with me so I can cut my sentencing time, right? Called a plea deal. Yeah. So the FBI arrested 2 more people. The men were located in Washington and Missouri. Ooh.
Connection with the planned attack at the White House, that UFC event.
Lucas Tomlinson is live at the White House with the details for us. Hey, Lucas.
Good morning, Ainsley. That's right. 2 more men have been arrested by the FBI, this time in Missouri and Washington State, threatening to murder people at President Trump's UFC event right here at the White House on June 14th. That also coincided with Flag Day, the Army's birthday, and President Trump's birthday. Now, newly unsealed court records identified Jordan Rinker and William Faulkner, not to be confused with the great American author, as defendants 6 and 7 in what authorities say have become a mass casualty attack. Could have. Prosecutors allege the plot called for explosive-laden drones to strike near the White House before sniper teams opened fire on attendees. Investigators say Rinker played a supporting role, accepting $1,200 from alleged ringleader Abraham Alvarez, transferred.
Oh, follow the money. You got busted via banking transactions, you dum-dum.
A pump-action shotgun, discussing carrying explosive-laden drones, using a 3D printer to produce drone components, and seeking explosive materials. Now, a total of 7 men have been arrested in connection with the plot of bringing havoc here to the White House to disrupt that UFC fight card and attack fans leaving the event. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche writing, quote, "Law enforcement continues to do what it does, move to disrupt and hold accountable those allegedly plotting to do harm on the White House grounds on June 14th.
Good stuff. Falling like leaves in the autumn. Next story. Tom Homan rages after Chicago Democrats refused to honor the detainer for an illegal alien who assisted in a triple murder. Yes, remember we talked about this torta here yesterday? She was the driver in a shooting, a triple murder, and they refused to honor the detainer. Yeah.
City policies, the dangerous policies of these sanctuary, states, sanctuary cities. Look, she was complicit in the murder of 3 people, and they didn't honor a detainer, release her back to the street. Like I say it again, President Trump has promised the American people he's going to make this country safe again, and one of the ways he's going to do that is remove illegal aliens and public safety threats. So ISIS is going to continue to do their job, but let's be clear, it makes it less efficient. It makes it harder to do that job. We have local law enforcement that won't help us. And it is not the police officers in Chicago. When last time I was up there doing an operation, I had numerous Chicago police officers come up and thank us for doing what we're doing. It's the politicians, it's Mayor Johnson, it's Governor Pritzker that doesn't want, they rather see public safety at risk than give President Trump what they think a win by decreasing crime in their cities. It's ridiculous.
Well, we're really getting a view, Tom, and welcome back.
For a city policy.
Well, next story. China passed something called the Ethnic Unity Law, a framework for forced assimilation, which is bizarre because they pay Neville Singham a lot of money to make sure we accept a bunch of people into the country who have nothing to do with us. They're nothing like us. They're absolute dog shit. And they want to change our country to fit their little pedophile book called the Quran. Yeah. They certainly know what destroys nations, don't they? And that's why they push it on America. Look at that. Meanwhile, people blame the Jews for this. They accuse the Jews of doing this. No, it's just the ones that are sold out to China is what it is. I've met a few of those. I've met a number of them who are sold out to China. They were pro-China. They were anti-American. They were non-interventionalists. Like J.D. Vance. Oh, we could just stay in our corner and leave the rest of the world alone while they send all of their terrorists into our country and all their illegal bean cake cartel member fentanyl selling gang members into our country. Oh, but we can't intervene anywhere else. Yeah. They promote all of that crap here. But meanwhile, look at them. Oh, an assimilation law now, all of a sudden, in China. Yeah, anyways. They are absolutely. You guys remember that the UN has been caught flying people into America. The UN has sending out flyers in Spanish to encourage illegals to vote in American elections. Okay, the UN, along with the World Health Organization and all these other globalist organizations, are all under the thumb of China. Okay, just take a good look at how much the World Health Organization ran cover for China during the pandemic. Okay, and then you look at this mass migration. It ain't Israel paying for these airplanes, okay? It's the UN. But they keep blaming it on, was it Robert Kalergi or Richard Kalergi? Even though he died decades before the Great Replacement started. Yeah, China wants all whites replaced because all the other colors don't have it in them to defend a nation. They might have a country, they might have Mexico, they might have Colombia, but they are absolutely under the thumb of the CCP. And they know it, we know it, everybody knows it. Yeah, I'm telling you. Any country that shuts down for 3 hours in the middle of the day to take a nap, not winning any wars, okay? They need financial aid from China in order to get by. They're dumpster fire countries. By the way, did you guys hear Messi was banned from Chinese television? Yeah, if you watch the World Cup in China, they cut out all clips where they zoom in on Messi, and it's all because several things. One, He was injured. He was injured when he was supposed to be playing in China for some, not the World Cup, but for some like a lower level league, the one where he plays in a Miami team. He was injured, so he couldn't play. Right, so they took that as offense, and on top of that, we got Argentina leaving BRICS. So they're not allowing Messi. They're not, anyone who posts anything good about Messi, oh my God, he's the best player ever, deleted. Can't post it in China. Yeah, this is who they are. They're awful dog shit. If you don't play ball with them, they censor your soccer stars. That's how petty they will get. Imagine what they'll do to your politicians. Imagine what they'll do to your countrymen. Let alone a politically neutral soccer star, best player in the world, Lionel Messi. Next story. The DOJ has moved to overturn New York's law that blocks ICE agents from wearing masks.
That's why they're called sanctuary cities. Because of President Trump's leadership, we're going into those sanctuary cities. We have mayors like Mandami in New York who want to say you're not welcome. As a mayor, he knows what's happening on the streets. He knows who he's harboring, and at this point in abating. By saying that we can't go operate, we're going to. We're going to go find the worst of the worst. We're going to rescue as many kids as we possibly can. We're going to enforce our nation's laws, and we're going to right the wrongs that the Biden administration turned a blind eye to. It's because of President Trump's leadership.
Hey, New York, how about removing masks from protesters? How about that? You know, a little hard to tell who's a U.S. citizen or not when they're wearing masks, right? And you realize, you know, 10 years ago, they could just like maybe not carry ID with them when they go riot and they won't get caught. Now with facial recognition, which again, more things that's going to give the government more power, unfortunately, because of facial recognition, they can actually detect all these people and who's rioting and whatnot. And that's why they're wearing masks. And I guarantee you these left-wing tech oligarchs have back-end access to these little facial recognition systems, and they can identify every single ICE agent. Next story. The Supreme Court has upheld Trump admin's ability to block criminal foreigners from re-entering America. A 6-3 decision. Again, why is this even a question? You're a criminal and you're a non-citizen, and the Democrats actually sued to try to allow them back in. Yeah. Now keep in mind, all it takes is President Newsom to come in and change his policy, and we will have them all right back in. So this is not at all in any way a permanent ban of foreign criminals, which is why, by the way, maybe instead of sending them to CCOT, maybe you just drop them off at the Pacific Garbage Patch. There's plenty of food there, I'm sure. Next story. A Biden-appointed judge a Biden-appointed judge orders the security fence around the Eugene Federal Building to be removed. This is he. His last name is Kasubahai. Yeah, probably a San Mexican. San Mexican. His first name is Mustafa. So that says a lot about him. Obviously, he does not like these fences because these fences protect the ICE operations that is kicking out his fellow pedos. His fellow pedo worshiper, Muhammad, right? So awful. Obviously, and by the way, they probably will abide by this, because yeah, this has happened before, where someone ordered the fencing removed and they actually removed it. Remember that? So terrible. Remember Eugene, Oregon, that happened out there? They had to remove the fencing. They set it up and then they removed it and they set it right back up after they got to the Supreme Court. So. Again, I thought the Supreme Court already made a ruling on this, but apparently this guy here, this San Mexican, thinks I can make my own ruling. At what point are we going to start getting dirty? Huh? We have the ability to, I don't know, interrupt surveillance, make sure it doesn't record anything we're not supposed to. Go a little vigilante. When is that going to happen? Next story. A leftist clown who was flying an upside-down American flag had this happen to them. Oh, come on. Really? I just want to play the video. Good Lord. Anyways. Oh, and there's no ability to maximize. There's no full screen either. Wow, you guys are something else to Instagram. What kind of a website are you building? We have to watch this video, this glorious video, in a little tiny box like this on my screen. Good Lord. And you wonder why 2/3 of internet traffic is bots now, because you guys are not paying attention to your own apps. You're not developing shit anymore. Holy crap. It's almost as if like Rumble hired Instagram to build their website. Anyway, so thanks for the great view. We don't get to see anything anymore. Next story. AG Blanche just announced a jaw-dropping $6.5 billion Medicaid Medicare fraud bust.
Today we are announcing federal and state charges, all of which were charged or unsealed at some point over the past 2 weeks, the past 14 days. Coordinated nationwide action. Since June 8th, we've charged 455 defendants across 56, like I said a minute ago, U.S. attorneys' offices, and 45 U.S. states and territories. As alleged in the various indictments, these individuals participated in healthcare fraud schemes involving over $6.5 billion in false claims submitted to Medicare, Medicaid, and other healthcare programs. The team around me will get into more specifics, but here are a few points that stand out. In one indictment, we're bringing charges against a corporate executive in Arizona in connection to over a $1 billion fraud involving unnecessary wound grafts.
We might watch this whole presser when we get over, once we're done with the show. We have a lot to watch today. we got an EO signing. Trump's doing a speech at the Mack truck factory in about 90 minutes. And then we'll probably tack that on at the very end. Next story. New York City Democrat Socialist candidate Darizalaka Ding Dong Avila. I butchered the name on purpose because, again, it's one of those demographics that doesn't like me anyways. She wants to abolish prisons and open America's borders. She, by the way, has deleted a lot of these posts on her social media ahead of the primary today, by the way. Yeah, the 23rd, Tuesday. Today is New York, Maryland, and also South Carolina's runoff. So if you are in any of those states, you better go vote. Because if you don't complain about the results. Okay? Let's see.
Well, we're going to move to this because
9 minutes? Yeah, we're not doing that. Who is this? Jim Hoff. Good Lord. Oh, here it is. World Cup. Who are you rooting for? I vote for Mexico.
World Cup is here. The first match this weekend at MetLife Stadium taking place in New Jersey, even though some people say it is technically New York. But what do you think will win it all? Who are you rooting for?
Oh, I like Mexico.
Mexico, there you go.
I'm rooting for Senegal.
Senegal. Okay.
Yeah. Of course it wouldn't be America. Yeah, because you're the party of foreigners. You're the party of anti-American foreign moochers. You don't even like the country, you just want the free money. Well, I can't wait till all your countries starve to death when we cut off all the food sales and stuff like that. You know? I'm telling you. That's what we got to do. We need to start taxing. We need to start doing export tariffs on basic commodities. Energy and food. Okay? Anything energy and food, tariff it. Starve out the rest of the world. We don't need this much carbon changing our weather. Okay? Next story. Tucker Carlson ditches the Republican Party officially. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. You ditched it a long time ago, buddy. Okay? It's like, oh, I'm not comfortable switching party. It's being a Republican anymore.
I would not support the Republican Party. There's no chance I would support the Republican Party. I'm not going to support the Democratic Party. I don't know what I'm going to do.
You're pretty much a Democrat Party guy. What are you talking about? Huh? Their funding comes from the same place you're funded from, okay? They get their money from Qatar. You get your money from Qatar. You're all upset that China, Russia, and India all have to pay retail price for oil now because Iran's allowed to sell oil at retail price now. And they can't make as much money to fund your little bullshit. And now you're going to be like, oh, I'm leaving. Yeah, the guy who got a start at was it NBC or CNN, one of the two? Remember when he used to wear a bow tie on the left-wing media? He was never a conservative, guys. He's never conservative. He's just a grifter, okay? Holy crap. Hey, Tucker, even your bosses in Qatar are against Iran. and you're not.
But at this point, you know, how could I or any American voter support a political party that's not loyal to the United States?
We absolutely are. We absolutely are. You keep calling this Israel's war. It's our war. It became our war when they registered 100,000 Yule Kava ballots to vote from Iran. And that's just Iran, by the way. Holy crap. Not to mention all the ballot harvesting they fund. Not to mention all the churches burning that they condone. Okay?
Puts the interests of a foreign country above those of its own citizens.
It's not Israel's war. Israel's already doing their thing with Lebanon, okay? We started the shit with Iran because we had to, because they kept stealing our election. We wanted control of their oil, and now we've got it. Oh, I'm so mad. I was supposed to get a bigger house in Qatar, but I'm not, because we're not fighting for what we want. What an idiot.
That's you know, it's not possible to vote for people like that, and I'm not going to. And I think,
hey, Tucker, wake up, okay? Most of us just want the rest of the world to be destroyed because they hate us, they don't respect us, they take advantage of us, they call us fat, stupid, and lazy. We want the whole world to be at war. We really do. We want everyone to perish but us, okay? We should have kept that mentality all along. Oh, good Lord. Twitter.
I voted Republican my entire life. I worked at
Really?
Fox.
Because you worked at CNN, MSNBC, did you not? That's weird.
News, CNN, right. MSNBC. I've been.
I was on Fox. I covered it for Pfizer. I refused to talk about jab injuries for a year and a half because they were our sponsors. Remember that?
A consistent defender for 35 years of the Republican Party. I mean, very consistent defender. But there's no defending this.
35. Hold on. What years? What years did Tucker work for CNN? Was it CNN or was it MSNBC? He worked for CNN from 2000 to 2005 in a show called The Spin Room. That's when he wore that bow tie. So how could you have possibly been a defender of the Republican Party for 35 years when you were at CNN just 21 years ago? Oh, by the way, not to mention that you were one of the references on Hunter Biden's resume. How about that? Can you explain that, Tucker? Huh?
It's because it's immoral, and it's exactly the opposite of what a political party in a democracy is charged with.
It's tough lying for a living, huh? You remember when he did that interview with that New York Times lady, and she caught him. She called him out for lying like 3 times in like 10 minutes. Holy shit! Oh, there's a mutiny at the White House. So you know that there is. Where did you hear it from? Oh, you know that there is. Hey, Tucker, your son got fired by J.D. Vance. Get with the program.
Doing, which is representing its own voters, its own citizens, its own nation, and they're not doing that. So
some of our own citizens, okay? The rest of us love it. We love it. We love it, okay? We love the fact that China and Russia have had their terrorist oil cut. Okay, it's a very important part of their financial foundation, their economic foundation. In order to, you guys know, a bunch of factories in China are going under now because they don't get oil from Iran that's like half of market price anymore. Because Iran can now sell oil at full market price. China doesn't get discount oil anymore. They can't. Oh, and Malaysia's going to go down too because they've been laundering some of that terrorist oil for China. Yeah. Malaysia pumps 500,000 barrels a year, sells 3 to 4 million barrels to China every year. How is that possible? Oh, it's because of the oil they import from Iran at half the price and flip it for more. That they're getting busted. Anyways, Tucker Carlson going down big time. Next story. The U.S. Senate just passed a bill to block major Wall Street firms from buying Americans' single-family homes. Look at that. It passed 85 to 5. That is amazing. I gotta tell you, that is a huge red flag to me. When you have both parties agreeing on something, that is a red flag. And I believe what this is about is because first of all, housing is coming down because, again, despite the fact that some parts of the economy is better, The job market is not, and the reason why is because these big corporate people who used to make a bunch of money off the fraud customers, the customers who steal a bunch of money and spend it. They don't have that anymore. The gig economy is going down, by the way. I don't know if you guys know about that, but DoorDash and Grubhub, there's not a lot of business for them anymore. Why? Because all the people who used to steal all that money are no longer able to afford it because it's expensive. Okay, so that industry is coming down. So those jobs are going away. Corporate America is doing mass layoffs because guess what? Oh, they don't actually need all these employees. They have to tighten their belts because they need to make money. They need to show a profit to Wall Street, or they're going to have the stock dumped. Okay, so now they're dumping all the DEI useless employees. So, but again, jobs they never allowed Trump supporters to have. Right? I myself had my career sabotaged for being a Trump supporter in 2026. I'm sorry, in 2016. So again, jobs that don't make a difference to us, okay, are going down, and that's why it's looking real bad right now. So again, housing market is coming down, and I'm almost certain that, and guys, think about this, okay? If you were a lobbyist over at BlackRock and Vanguard and this real estate thing, you know, if you're not familiar with what they've been doing, they have sub companies that have been acting as a corporate landlording. They buy up a bunch of houses and then they basically rent them out as a business, okay? And I'm gonna assume that these houses they're coming down. All right, we're doing mass deportations. Not as many people to rent from anymore. Prices are lower, right? They're not making as much money from it anymore. So what do they use for as an excuse to sell the houses? A law like this, yeah. So, Jennifer's been talking about our jobs since 2020. Yeah, I went to school for 20 years. I have a master's degree. I did 10 years in corporate America. I had my career sabotaged by Mexicans and blacks. Yeah. Now you know why I'm so aggressive against them. It's okay. They don't like me anyways. You know, targeting me because, oh, Chinos don't fight back. Yeah. Hey, how about now? How about now when I say blatantly racist stuff on the internet and I own a gun? How come you're not approaching me now? How come you're not coming after me anymore? See, this is why they want you to lose your gun rights, right? They want to be able to send stalkers to harass you and not be in fear of their life. What happened, essays? I thought you guys were tough. Anyways, so they passed this bill 85-5. You would assume that there's at least, if BlackRock and Vanguard didn't want this to happen, they would have pressured the senators to not pass this law, right? But it passed. Which tells you what? They don't want the houses anymore. Yeah, they need an excuse to sell it without shocking the market. Oh, we're selling because we're being forced to sell. Here's Good Morning America's coverage on the same thing. Senate bill has advanced the 21st Century Road to Housing Act is what they're calling it. It's more like and you mean the 21st Century Corporate Landlord Exit Strategy Act.
And this is a rare bipartisan win. The Senate
bipartisan is always a bad thing. I mean, it's going to be good in the long run, but it's giving them an excuse to abandon the business model without having their stock prices, shocked, right?
And this is a rare bipartisan win. The Senate passing what could be the most transformative piece of legislation in decades to try to lower the cost of buying a home. In an 85-5 vote, the Senate last night advanced the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. This will now head to the House, where it is expected to pass this week. Then will go to President Trump's desk for his signature. This legislation's key goal is to increase the supply of homes for sale. So right now, there's a shortage of an estimated 3.7 million affordable homes across the U.S. This bill restricts Wall Street investors from buying single-family homes, which has been a priority for the president as he faces record low approval on the economy. The bill also cuts red tape to make it easier to build new homes, and it provides grants to turn vacant buildings into affordable housing. So this is a big issue shaping Americans' perceptions of affordability, especially as we head to the midterms. A recent Zillow analysis found that the cost of buying a starter home is $1 million or more in a record 242 cities across the U.S. So the bottom line here, legislation to try to improve those housing costs is now one step closer to becoming law, Robin.
So yeah. I don't know. It's odd. I find that contradictory to what Trump has been saying. He kept saying things like, "Oh, I don't want the housing prices to go down." He wanted to do 40 or 50-year mortgages. so that to prop up the housing prices. And I'm like, wait, but so we'll never, so we won't get to own a house, is what you're saying. So, but again, Trump is saying that to appease the corporate people, and this passed, which means that the corporate people are no longer trying to pressure the Senate to not pass it. Yeah. Next story. DC Circuit delivers another blow to Trump's drain the swamp mission. An activist judge blocks immediate plan to slash the CFPB workforce by 2/3. Yes, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Trump tried to shut this down. This is Elizabeth Warren's shtick here. They pretend to fight for the consumer. They don't really do anything really. But they get lots of government funding. There's like 9 figures worth of money in there. And I'm sorry, I think more than that. It's more than billion. It's more than a billion. It might be 12 figures. I remember it being like $200 billion or something like that. They have a lot of money just sitting in their bank accounts, and Trump admin tried to seize that, and they couldn't. In fact, they couldn't even get it shut down. It's still operating. And now a judge has said that it has to stay open. So yeah, I don't know, man. I'm telling you, they need to start getting dirty with these activist judges. Okay, you're telling me we had the power to blow up whole Iranian regimes, but we don't have the power to eliminate certain judges in this country that are clearly acting on the basis of treason? Next story. An Obama judge named Amy Berman Jackson shuts down Trump admin snap junk food restrictions. Yeah. So I don't know if they're required to listen to this now. They're probably gonna have to escalate it upwards on the food chain all the way to the Supreme Court. But again, you know what the left are saying about this? They're saying, I don't want the government telling me what I can and cannot eat. And also now you're about freedom. And by the way, we're not telling you what you can and cannot eat. We're telling you what you can and cannot spend our tax money on. Okay. Unfortunately, these bodegas with those $5,000 snap cards that use those snap cards to buy inventory for their stores, they sell mostly junk food, and that's why they need it to be able to buy Snap. They need Snap to be able to buy junk food. Awful. Next story. Bill Pulte, as promised, is actually engaging in a lot of terminations, lots of firing at the DNI. Look at this.
Overnight, sources tell ABC News that Bill Pulte, the acting director of national intelligence, has begun firing people at the agency. Pulte has promised to cut hundreds of jobs. His appointment by President Trump has faced bipartisan backlash because Pulte has no experience in intelligence.
All you had to do, if you didn't want to lose these jobs, all you had to do was pass the SAVE Act and combined with the FISA Act, just like Trump asked, and you'll never have to deal with the Bill Pulte. But the longer you wait, the more people he's gonna fire. And you don't want this MLM mastermind here to get into your data. Yeah, fun fact, he ran a massive MLM scheme. Again, not illegal, a little unethical, but not illegal. But a guy like that, a guy who can find little holes in our laws and exploit it, is going to be able to find out a lot at the DNI. And this guy's a whole lot more dangerous than Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah. Pretty smart, right? You know, confirm them as like the right hand man of the DNI. Oh, they're the right hand man. They don't do shit, and then just have Tulsi step out. Oh, I got stuff to do. Bye. Then he's number one now. Like, oh crap, we already confirmed him. Yeah. Anyways, good stuff. I hope the firings go very well. I hope you find a lot of cool stuff out and let us know about it, Mr. Pulte. Thank you. Next story. In California, there was a library. A student went and did pew-pew there. Yeah, which is bizarre because I thought libraries were gun-free zones in California. You can't do that there. Yeah, there are rules and laws. Yeah. You better put up some more signs so they'll follow them. Probably didn't see him. Poor guy. Poor guy probably did not see these gun-free zone signs, huh? Oh, and by the way, he is a whitey, and that's why they publish pictures of him all over the internet. Yeah, that's him. Yeah. If he was blocked, they would be like, oh yeah, just don't mention what he looks like. Don't even post a picture. Hide the mugshot. Yeah. Anyways, That's the hilarious. Denmark's deploying troops to Greenland. Ha! That's a laugh. Have a nice vacation. I look forward to seeing you getting dropped off by a commercial jet in your non-base. Anyways, next story. Entitled California state workers are threatening a mass exodus over a return to office order. Yeah. So these Californians who had these cushy government jobs doing next to nothing, and I know because I've been told by friends of mine who worked in the government and they did absolutely nothing. They did nothing. They tried to encourage me. You should get a government job, dude. We don't do shit. And I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to do that for a living. You know what I mean? I want to get things done. I want to do stuff. They want to just sit around all day and just hang out on social media. I'm like, all right, you do that. I'm a little. I mean, even at this very moment, I had the option to do nothing. You know what I mean? I'm self-employed. Do I take any days off? I don't. You know. So, anyways, this is California. This is a place that loves their government employees. They love their Democrat donor lapdogs to have all this money. Why would they be doing this? Why would they be doing a return to office order? Oh, that's right, because Trump cut a lot of the fraud money out. So now the government needs to find money elsewhere to fund their little ballot harvesting operations, right? Their Act Blue donations. Yeah. So that's why they're doing this return to office order, because they know a lot of them are going to quit, and they need to make cuts. And if they get them to quit, then you don't have to pay unemployment. Then you save even more money. Ayo, right? They learned that from Elon, that crooked layoff guy. Next story. The building in California that was on fire over the weekend is still on fire. They're still doing a mask order. Look at that.
Good morning, Robin. There's a strong smell of smoke here. The air quality reported at unhealthy levels, and I want to show you this impressive firefighting response. You see that here. Firefighters basically tackling with this hose this massive warehouse that is still burning. It is trying to get that firefighting effort on both sides here. Fire officials believe this will burn for days, but we're talking about weeks of cleanup.
This morning, new resources are helping fight the massive warehouse fires.
Caused by solar panels, by the way, confirmed.
Still polluting the skies above Southern
California. Oh, look at that. Who's paying those taxes? That's a lot of carbon there.
California. The fire.
Is it the solar panel company, or is it going to be the warehouse who purchased said solar panels? Or is it the installation company that fucked it up?
Erupting last Wednesday afternoon.
Again, electrical wires on the roof that didn't have to be there.
At a 500,000 square feet cold storage facility in East LA. Inside.
Oh, it's in East LA. That's a very Mexican-y area.
5 million pounds.
Right next to Whittier, not too far from El Monte, right near Rosemead. Oh man.
The food now rotting.
It's okay, guys. They're probably used to all the smog anyways.
Prompting concerns over potential biohazards. Flames spreading across the building's solar panels.
You can see why it's been so challenging for firefighters. That is so much of the debris inside of that warehouse that's making this firefight so difficult.
LA firefighters tearing down walls, deploying a firefighting robot and a heavy lift helicopter.
Now, this has not been a conventional firefighting operation from the onset. The conditions here have required us to think differently.
The smoke seen here filling Dodger Stadium. Several LA summer schools.
Oh, holy crap. Filling Dodger Stadium. Dodger Stadium is not near East LA, okay? Holy shit.
Several LA summer schools.
It is a good, it's hard to say how far, but it is a good 45-minute drive. In traffic, of course. But it ain't close. There's like several cities in between.
Was forced to relocate due to poor air quality. Officials handing out air purifiers to residents as they're encouraged to stay indoors and mask up.
So I'm a little wary about being outside, and also every time we open the door, I get a little scared.
Now, the cause of this fire remains under investigation, but what fire officials have told us, they believe this fire got started up there on the roof, right on that roof. That's where this warehouse has solar panels. Now, the company that owns this warehouse says they had contractors working on those solar panels last week. They believe that's where the fire got started.
Yeah. I'm telling you, all you insurance companies that are insuring warehouses better start charging a premium for solar panel companies. Not solar companies with companies with buildings with solar panels on it. Because holy shit. Next story. The MLB has backed down and declined to fine the San Francisco Giants players who wrote the Bible verse on their hat. I would go one further and say all of you Christians in the MLB need to sue in order to have your own religious month. Okay? If you can have a pride night, you can have a Christian night. Good Lord. Well, what awful organizations. You were founded, you got your birth, you made all your wealth, all your billions of dollars from a Christian country. And then you go and turn your backs on them like this. Next story. The DOJ backs the Catholic nun fighting New York law that required biological men to be housed with women in hospice care. So good stuff there. The DOJ is helping them fight that because holy crap, they're already like, elderly and frail, right? Oh, let's stick some rapist men in there named Muhammad, Yeah, that's totally safe. We've seen a lot of black caretakers that will like rape these women who don't know what's going on. We've seen a lot of those stories. We've seen them beat them up just because they're white. Next story. A liberal Wisconsin Supreme Court strikes down a race-based college grant program in place for decades. This violated the Equal Protection Clause. I'm honestly surprised that a liberal Supreme Court did this. Yeah, I remember that. Wisconsin Supreme Court turned liberal over the last 2 election cycles. They lost one in 2020, likely election fraud, and they lost another one in 2022. And I remember Scott Presser pushing very hard to campaign for very specific judges, and they lost anyways, because again, they can't win the House, they can't win the governor's seat, so they have to steal the Supreme Court seats. Yeah, so I'm surprised they made this ruling. It is a very racist law, anyways. Race-based college grants, huh? Yeah, there's plenty of that in California. I can assure you. Next story. A Biden judge blocks Trump's voter screening database. This was the Whammon, I believe. Who is this? Judge Snooknanan? What the hell is that? Snooknanan? Judge Snooknanan? Yeah. Duggar! Yeah, so she banned that voter database. Again, they're just gonna ignore you, stupid. You don't have governance over the federal government, you low-level wannabe Supreme Court judge lady. See? You can always count on the Browns to try to destroy America. I want my people to be able to vote even if they just came here yesterday. Darker. Yeah. Awful. I don't know what we're gonna do about these people, man. Absolute dog shit. Literally, she shits alongside her dog on the sidewalk. Next story. Bill Cassidy, guy who got primaried. Yeah, there's a runoff in Louisiana, but he came in third. Isn't that funny? Yeah, Trump endorsed somebody else, and he came in third. He's still chiming in like he's still relevant. Hey, I'm still a senator, guys. You guys need to stop talking about that Save America Act because it ain't happening. Yeah, you know who is happening? Bill Pulte. As long as the Save America Act doesn't show up on Trump's desk to be signed. Okay, Bill Cassidy. Anything to hide? Oh, DNI's gonna get ya. Director of National Intelligence gonna get ya.
I'm back. And this is...
Oh, that's just them laughing at Bill Cassidy. That's CNN laughing at Bill Cassidy for losing his seat. Yeah. Next story. President Trump chimed in on NATO and Maloney. He says that Italy and Germany were very bad NATO allies during the Iran war. Reveals he might say no to the alliance in the future. Yeah, especially when they you kind of said yes when you added 5,000 more troops to Poland, which, by the way, is why Ukraine is more emboldened than ever. You might want to remove those guys. Anyways.
We win, they're going to come and help us. Okay. But you know what? Italy was very bad. Italy was very bad, and other countries, Germany was very bad. So we spend all of this money, probably 600. I think we spend 600 billion a year, right? I would say that. I think the real number, think of that. The numbers that we spend are so crazy, or NATO, and they weren't there for us. So I say to Pete, and I say to everybody else, if we're spending all of this money, just hundreds of millions of dollars to protect them from Russia, mostly. Okay, so we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars a year. You know, the case could be made that we spent all of the money over the years before me. I cut it back. But listen, we spend all of this money, and then when we want to maybe have help on small stuff, this is small time. This is not the big one. This is small potatoes. They say no, would rather not help. Stupid thing to say, because we can say that to them if we want, and we might.
Yeah, we need to get out of there. And by the way, some bad news. Trump says here, this is yesterday, he says the Strait of Hormuz will remain open with no naval blockade reimposed, citing Iran's agreement to infinity nuclear inspections. That was some of the deals that Vance announced yesterday. That is not sticking very well, as Oman and Iran did a joint statement announcing that they are going to be tolling the Strait of Hormuz in the future. Yeah, which is a direct violation, by the way, of this agreement, this peace agreement. So this happened overnight, which is this combined with South Korea announcing that they're going to be taxing unrealized gains is why crypto took a dump overnight. I believe it's like a 5 to 10% dump overnight, crypto, and it had to do with this. Yeah, they say any future arrangements with the Strait of Hormuz must respect the sovereign rights of the two coastal states, adding that they plan to charge fees for ships transiting the waterway. Yeah, so that's not looking good there. That deal's already falling apart. By the way, they're also pushing back. Iranian leaders are pushing back against demands for the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, to inspect their country. So now they're saying, yeah, we don't want those guys in our country. Yeah, so again, two very important points that they said they agreed on, but as soon as JD Vance walks away, they make an announcement saying otherwise.
JD Vance announced that Iran has agreed to allow...
Okay, that's yesterday's. That's not today's. That's not anything new. So there's that. I say, you know what we should do, Mr. President? Nominate Italy, France, and Germany to go open up that strait, and then we could just go somewhere else. Go do something else. Let's go to Nigeria. Yeah, can we go to Nigeria? We got a lot to do there. Next story. Russia says the U.S. is drifting away from its role as objective mediator in Ukraine war. Yeah, because it's got nothing to do with us. Okay. Your side, let me tell you, Russia, your side keeps telling us not to intervene in foreign affairs, and here you are asking us to intervene in foreign affairs. You don't want us to mess with Iran because that's your buddy, but you want us to mess with Ukraine because they're your adversaries. Huh? Oh, and by the way, not just this one. Look at this one right here. Putin says Russia is ready to negotiate with Ukraine on the basis of the Istanbul agreements of 2022. So in other words, now that you're losing, you want peace. What a dumb plan. Hey, let me tell you something. This whole idea of yours was to invade the Donbass region. Their reason, by the way, was because the Azov battalion in Ukraine was killing ethnic Russians. That's what their excuse was. If that's what was happening, you should have relocated them into your country. That would have been much more cost effective. Okay? Now you're going broke. You're not even paying your soldiers. You're doing the draft again. Okay, they've got better drones than anyone in the world now because of you, and now you got a very sociopathic leader in your neighboring country. They used to just be wheat farmers. Now they're drone makers. Now they're the best drone makers in the planet. Better than, well, maybe not better than ours, but at least not the ones we don't. Not better than the ones we don't sell, right? But yeah, look at that headline. Putin says Russia is ready to negotiate. Yeah, now that they're losing. Yeah. Let me tell you something. They're not going to stop now. You might want to get started on relocating Moscow to, I don't know, Yakutsk, you know, the very cold area, the very northeast, because you're done. You guys they're not going to stop now. Vladimir Putin is now asking us for help, guys. Yeah. Should have made the deal. You were this close to making a deal. All they wanted was that tiny little pocket of the Donbass. You already had 90% of it. You could have just settled there. No. Now they're gonna want all of it back, and they're gonna want Crimea back, and then on top of that, they're still gonna attack Moscow. So you guys are in a whole lot of trouble there. Good luck, Russia. Told you to make a deal. Unfortunately, no one listens to me. No one listens to me because I've only got 300 people here, and they think they know better. I told you the very moment he shook hands with Mohammed bin Salman, making deals with the oil giants, you need to make a deal and do it fast. Give up the entire Donbass region if you have to. You got to stop this war. It is over for you. No, you kept going. Oh, we're going to fire more missiles. We're Russia bear. We're dangerous. We're powerful. Yeah, how about now? How about now? Now you're begging the bald eagle to come in and save you. Stupid. Stupid. This is what happens when you think with your balls, guys. Next story. In Albania, people are vandalizing a coastal construction site because it's got something to do with Jared Kushner. Ooh. Jared Kushner is the husband of Ivanka Trump, which means don't be surprised if the U.S. military gets involved in this, okay? Because Albania ain't gonna do shit to us. Yeah. A little drone strike there, a little carpet bomb there, right? That'll calm these guys real fast. A little sanction here, right? So they're trashing the construction equipment because they don't want anything. They don't want Jared Kushner here. Wow. Look, they got a lot of SNAP benefit recipients there too. Or USAID, I should say. Oh, they pushed it down the hill. Wow. Well, let's see. A construction site amid growing anger over luxury resort deployments, including a project backed by Jared Kushner. Oh, it's a luxury resort? You had a problem with a luxury resort, you idiot? Do you know what tourism does for your local economy? Go ask Spain. Go ask Spain how dog shit their economy is now that Madrid is filled with Libyans. Go ask them how dog shit their economy has been since their natives have been going into the tourist areas and spraying tourists with water guns. Next story. Prime Minister Sanchez from Spain, his former transport minister, has been sentenced to 24 years in prison for corruption. Ew, this whole corrupt regime is going down. Do you think that'll make any difference, guys? This corruption investigation is probably the most important thing that could happen to take out this regime that is granting citizenship to Africans willy-nilly right now. I don't know who's driving these investigations, but bravo. You might be the one to save Europe. Not just Spain, but Europe. Because Spanish citizens can go anywhere they want in the EU. No questions asked. They can work anywhere they want. And in comes the rapist. So, 24 years. Wow. And yesterday we talked about how his wife has had her passport revoked. She can't leave the country anymore. Not even to like France. Yeah. So, she'll probably sneak out somehow, but yeah, lots going on in Spain. You know, what they need now is to get rid of all those Libyans, who, by the way, they're flocking in even more now. They already had like I think 1 million of them there. They're up to like 2 or 3 million now, just from announcing that they're going to be giving out citizenship like a month ago. Yeah, they're all swarming Spain right now. Next story. Honduras is planning to buy Ukrainian drones to combat drug trafficking. That is a shocker. But if you're going to be buying drones, why not buy it from the best drone maker in the world, the best military drone maker anyways? Look at that. So now Zelensky not only partnering with Middle Eastern countries, oil giants, he's also partnering with Latin American leaders. Honduras, obviously not the most powerful, not the most prominent Hispanic country out there. You know, this Brazil, this Colombia, they've got way more money. But it's a start. It's a start, right? So if Honduras' government is trying to combat drug trafficking, that means they plan to be using this on cartels coming in from other countries, in addition to their own, obviously. And they sure know. See, look at that. They sure know who makes the best drones, and it ain't Iran. It ain't Russia. Iran's using Russian drones, and Honduras is opting to buy it from Ukraine instead. Any regrets, Mr. Putin? Any regrets giving all your money to Tim Pool and Benny Johnson instead of spending it on your military? Oh, you thought you were gonna win this war with propaganda, huh? Yeah, it only worked once. It worked in Vietnam. That's about it. That's about it. And we're gonna regime change from Vietnam one of these days. We're not gonna do it. Japan will. Anyways, next story. President Gustavo Petro, the guy who just lost the election in Colombia, he is now trying to audit the software in that was used in the Colombian election. Yeah. So Trump's ally won. Forgot his name already, but this guy right here, he won. This guy is now wanting to audit the machine company. Oh, anything they can do to stop it, he's going to try to do it now. So, again, I hope you're sending CIA agents to protect this guy, because they are going to try to kill him. I can guarantee you that. Next story. By the way, this guy right here, this guy right here is going to be a Bukele. He's going to build a CCOT in Colombia. They're going to pick up all the cartel members, lock them away, store them like sardines. Yeah, he's going to do that. Oh, and then once that gets built, guess what? They can take our deportees, house them in there. Yeah. I thought we got to mix and match. We got to send the Hispanic deportees to Africa, and send the Haitians and the African deportees to CCOT. They'll get along real good, right? They get along in America. I don't see a problem in America. They hate each other in the prison system. Next story. The Surfside condo collapsed in Florida. Remember that one in 2021? Yeah, apparently the building was collapsing weeks beforehand, and they just kind of like ignored it. There were failures in 2 garage columns that triggered the chain of events that killed 98 people.
Federal investigators said the collapse of the Surfside, Florida condos began 3 weeks before that 12-story building finally broke down. They said it was early June 2021 when a structural failure occurred at 2 critical garage columns. The disaster happened 5 years ago this week, killing 98 people. Federal investigators...
Wow. Next story. Oh, this is out in, what's it, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma? This is out in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Some fireworks stand went off, and all the fireworks are going off. Look at that. At least it happened in the nighttime, huh? We get to see it, unlike the other one. That was a waste, right? Ooh, so pretty, so festive. Happy 250. Oh wow, that is a disaster. Look at them run. Next story. Let's see. This is an Amazon delivery driver driving on someone's pristine lawn to deliver a package. Oh, look at the trail it left behind. Holy crap. Yeah, no wonder they noticed and checked the ring cam. That is fucked up. You should sue Amazon for that one. Holy crap. You know how expensive sod is? Very expensive. Holy shit. It's a woman! Oh man, of course it is. Of course it's a woman immigrant to do that. Fuck your lawn. Oh, that might just be some black chick actually, but it's still a woman. Yeah. They've been doing a lot of good driving lately, haven't they not? Oh, jeez. You had a driveway you could have drove up. Holy crap. Do you know how dangerous it is to drive on grass with an open differential front-wheel drive car? Keyword open differential. Next story. Oh, look at this story. Where was this at? This is a volcano that is erupting. Look at that. Magma is landing all over the place. Look how dangerous this is.
No mames.
Why are you climbing up volcanoes?
Vámonos a la chingada.
Holy. Next story. In Europe, apparently there's no ranch dressing that exists out there. So now that they're all in town for the World Cup, they're actually trying to sneak them back in their luggage. The TSA is telling people, hey, you want to go ahead and pack it in your checked bags. They're allowed there. They're not allowed in your carry-on. You're only limited to a certain size of certain size of liquid containers. Look at that. They even have TSA size ranch bottles right there for your keychain. Yeah, but apparently people are trying to sneak these in the carry-ons. You got to check them. And you could thank that shoe bomber guy for it. That's a shoe bomber. Who's the guy who had two chemicals that you could mix and then light up or something like that? Yeah. Anyways, that's what by the way, you guys can make ranch. It's not hard. You know? It's like sour cream, buttermilk, dill, salt, pepper, garlic as usual. That's in everything. And you blend it all up. That's it. Ranch is easy. Holy crap.
The ranch wars are heating up as the condiment gains international fans who are in the U.S. for the World Cup. Kraft is now announcing new travel-size ranch packs to help World Cup fans bring a taste of America home.
How about exporting it to Europe? If there's demand for it, maybe export it. You know? Maybe make it over there.
Many tourists tried to pack it in their carry-ons on the way home, but TSA confiscated the bottles due to the large size. Hidden Valley Ranch is also in on the craze. They're looking to hire ranch ambassadors in Europe to promote the creamy condiment.
You know how lacking there are, potato chip flavors in Europe? It is such dog shit. You know what's a very popular flavor of potato chip in Europe? Ketchup. Ketchup flavored chips. I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole if I was starving. Holy shit. Ketchup flavored chips. Yeah, I found ketchup Lay's, ketchup Doritos, ketchup Cheetos, everything. It was like, what the hell is this? Ketchup? Ketchup flavored chips. What a waste of calories. Yeah. Anyways, we have a lot more to watch, by the way. We got an EO signing. We've got Trump delivering a speech in about 45 minutes. So we're going to do that here. We're going to stay on everywhere. But before we move on to the watch party, guys, remember, I've got other channels to follow. Go to the main page. You can find Frank's Informative Shorts, Frank's Funny Shorts, and as well as Frank's Show Clips. This is where we have short clips of this show here. Thank you to those who've been hyping videos on my main channel. If you're going to hype, though, please do it on that channel. You'll only get 3 hypes per week. And if you hype that channel, they get like 2,000 points. If you hype videos on this channel, it gets like 100, 150. So, but thank you though. Thank you for hyping. But please hype videos over there. Cash App, buy me a coffee, subscribe to on Patreon are ways you can support the channel, or you can be like JD Skirkle and OK Good and buy a membership, or like Sherry, buy a membership here on YouTube. You can also buy a membership on Rumble and get access to our Rumble Premium Hangouts where we talk about food and pets. Hey, hold on, give me 1 second. I just got some new notifications. Let's go check in with Rubio real quick, because he just landed in Abu Dhabi. And there's no press gaggle there. He does a gaggle, but I don't know where the full clip is. I only have short clips like this.
Most certainly will come up in these conversations. And there are items outside the MOU that are certainly going to be covered, but that's one that will have to be covered. It'll be discussed. I think a careful reading of the MOU will see that when you talk about, for example, a complete end of hostilities in the entire region, well, that's not possible. You can't have the end of hostilities and conflicts in the region as long as Iranian proxies are launching missiles and drones from Iraq and are participating in terrorism like Hamas did and like Hezbollah did. So I do think it's covered by the MOU, and it is an issue that will be gotten to at the appropriate time in these negotiations.
Good stuff. Boy, that must have thrown a huge wrench into his plans, huh? And he was supposed to go out there and work on more agreements. He's out in Abu Dhabi right now to meet with like all the Middle Eastern countries that are on our side of all this to go iron things out. And it's not looking good. I mean, the Iran and Oman are not going to be tolling the strait. They also don't want the nuclear agencies in their countries. So now he's got to start from scratch now. You know, what a drag. Anyways. Let's just get started with the EO signing. He's gonna have to do a speech, sign the EO, and then there'll be a Q&A afterwards, obviously. And then he's doing a speech live from a Mack truck factory in 45 minutes, and then maybe we'll do the DOJ presser after that. Okay, here we go.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. And today I'm signing two very important executive orders on quantum technologies that will strengthen America's place as the world leader in this very important emerging field. I want to thank Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, who's with us, Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy Michael Kratsios. Thank you, Michael. Director of OMB, Russ Vogt, who's cutting the budget by probably 40 to 50% this year. We're going to end up with a balanced budget. And National Cyber Director, Sean Cairncross. And I appreciate all of you being here. Thanks as well to Chief Technology Officer of the United States, Dr. Ethan Klein. Ethan, thank you very much. Director of the National Quantum Coordination Office, Dr. Brad Blakestad, and Chief Information Officer of the federal government, Greg Barbacia, for joining us today. Thank you very much, fellas. It's great. We're also honored to be joined by Google President Ruth Porat. That's a big position. Okay, Google President. That's as big as being President of the country, I think. There aren't too many. IBM CEO Arvind Krishna, who's a great man, who's a really great job. What a job you've done. I used to have that stock when it was much, much lower. I brilliantly sold it when I became president. That was not a good move.
Give me 1 second. Let me do one live read. This will not be long. There we go. We hear a lot about crypto, but here's the part most people miss. Crypto was created so you could actually own and control your money. After the 2008 financial crisis, Bitcoin was designed as an alternative to banks. So instead of a bank holding your money, delaying transfers, or limiting access, you are in control. And if you've ever had to wait for a transfer to clear, you felt that problem. Now, fast forward to today, everyone's heard of crypto, but getting started still feels complicated. That's exactly why I use Rumble Wallet. It takes all that complexity and makes it simple. Choose what you want: Bitcoin, dollar-backed stablecoins, or even digital gold backed by real gold. No complicated setup. It connects with MoonPay so you can use your credit card, debit card, or bank account and be up and running in minutes. Once you're set up, you can even support your favorite Rumble creators like me directly. So do this now. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description and download Rumble Wallet. From there, you can set up your wallet, tap the buy button, and you're in the game. In just a few minutes, you can go from hearing about crypto to actually owning some. All right. Real quick, thank you very much to the people on Rumble. Just Jim, thank you very much, Just Jim, and Sean Joe. And I believe there's another one from Sean Joe. Thank you, Sean Joe, with the donations there. Thank you guys. You're keeping the channel alive. Thank you guys. Thank you to everyone. I'm sorry, people on Foxhole. Thank you, Thong Chaser on Foxhole. For the by the way, that's where we do our movie watch parties, by the way, and we still will be watching American matches in the World Cup. Maybe we gotta figure it out. Okay. Anyways. Thank you guys for your support. Anyways, here we go.
And Inflection CEO Matthew Kinsella, as well as Nobel Prize winning quantum physicist John Martinez. Great going. Should you tell them how many years ago it was?
Well, about 40 years ago.
That's pretty good. And you still look good. Great job. I've been waiting for one of them, too. They don't think 8 wars is enough. You know, I have to do 12 or 13, I think, even though nobody's ever done one. Quantum technologies represents the next generation of innovation across computing, sensing, and networking with enormous significance for our country's economic growth, scientific research, and cyber security. It's really a big deal that we're doing today, and The country is doing really well, as you know. In 2018, I signed the National Quantum Initiative Act into law, which led to doubling the federal government investment in quantum research and development. I think you all know about that. That helped unleash billions of dollars of private investment in America's quantum industrial base, promoting significant scientific and technological progress like we've never seen before, actually. We want to keep that positive momentum going in America with the orders that I'm signing today, and these will really have place it a big step forward. We're already the leader by a lot, and we're going to be now the leader by a lot more. The first executive order launches a national effort to produce a quantum computer capable of performing important scientific calculations and to develop quantum-enabled sensors and networks in the next 5 years. And we're going to be investing in American quantum leadership like never before to stay ahead of the pack. We're way ahead right now. We'll keep it that way. The second order I'm signing directs federal agency to transition to what is called quantum cryptography. Do anybody know what that is? You're going to hear very soon, so you're going to find it interesting. Cryptography for their computer systems by 2031 and to lead the way for wider adoption of these extremely strong security standards. America is celebrating 250 years of ingenuity, innovation, and invention this year, and today's commitments to quantum leadership will help secure that legacy for decades to come. I just want to say before we introduce a couple of the people, we're doing very well with respect to the Hormuz Strait. We took in more oil yesterday than has ever gone through the strait. You probably see that. We have an oil gusher. The strait is totally open. You know that. And we're negotiating. We'll see how that all goes. But we have two things. We have an open strait, and we have a country that will never have a nuclear weapon. Will never ever have a nuclear weapon. So now I'd like to invite Michael Kratsios, Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, to say a few words, followed by National Cyber Director Sean Cairncross and Secretary Wright, who's doing a fantastic job over in Venezuela and every place else he touches. Venezuela, by the way, has been amazing. We are really having a great relationship with that country, taking out tremendous amounts of oil. Far, far more than that particular war cost, many, many times. Sending it to Houston, sending it to Louisiana, sending it to lots of places. And Venezuela is also doing well. Venezuela is doing better than it's done in maybe ever. So it's been an amazing situation. Where did you ever hear of getting money back from the war by 42 times over, right, Pete? Nobody does that. And I think Iran, I can say on a sort of a different scale, is in its own way working out very well. Maybe it's hard to say just as well, but maybe almost just as well. And we're doing very well in terms of negotiating a fair and reasonable deal. One of the things that we are doing also, and it came up last night, is money that's being unfrozen is going to be used to buy food, and the food's going to be bought exclusively through the United States from our farmers. And corn, soybeans, all of the things they need are going to be bought from our farmers. So our farmers are very happy. I've had a lot of calls. They were very happy about that. So now I'd like to ask Michael to say a few words, and we'll follow up by the other two gentlemen, or three gentlemen, and then if anybody has anything to say, and we'll take some questions at the end. So Michael, go ahead.
So, Mr. President, as you mentioned in your remarks, you were the first president in history to prioritize quantum as a scientific priority of the United States government in your first administration. And since then, there's been a big leap in the investment the private sector has made in this particular domain. And we're now at the moment where a lot of that research is starting to pay off into commercial applications. And what this executive order will do is turbocharge that. First and foremost, it's going to task the Department of Energy to create a scientifically relevant quantum computer, which is going to help pave the way for even larger computers for the private sector. Secondly, we're going to be focusing on sensors and networking. So agencies like the Department of War, along with the Department of Energy, are going to be doing a wide variety of sensing and networking work. So this is a big step forward, and as one of our two top science technology priorities, we're excited to kick things off today.
Good. Thank you very much. Good job, Michael. Sean, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. You continue to be the most forward-leaning president
in innovation in American history.
Is it all?
That's necessary. But no, and while you recognize the tremendous potential quantum has to advance medical research and cryptography and improve the lives of American people, you also recognize the security implications. As quantum rolls forward, it will challenge public key cryptography, which is what secures everything. It secures our financial transactions, our civilian critical infrastructure, and it secures the digital systems that Americans rely on for their daily life. And these two executive orders, which pair innovation and security, will address those issues. As we move forward, innovation and security have to be balanced. You recognize that. The actions that you take today will make sure that American systems are trusted and secure and safe moving forward. And I just want to thank our tremendous American companies with whom we've been working so closely. I think it's fair to say we have an unprecedented relationship in this. I want to thank our colleagues in the interagency who have been tremendous. It's such a mission-focused group of people. And obviously none of this happens, sir, without your leadership. So you're securing our systems for generations to come. Thank you.
And you've done a great job. Both of you have, actually. Chris Wright, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So 141 years ago, Albert Einstein, 121 years ago, Albert Einstein published a paper.
Nobody cares.
Good point.
I never go back. And usually they won't catch you.
Published a paper on the photoelectric effect, recognizing the quantum behavior of light, that it came in quanta. 40 years after that, President Trump's uncle, John Trump, was a pioneer in applying light radiation and the reflections of it to develop radar at the MIT Radiation Lab, critical in D-Day, critical in the end in winning World War II. That's the parallel of quantum innovation. 40 years after that, John Martinez, down there, pioneered taking quantum effects and building them into a device to capture that behavior. He was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics just last year for that discovery, that breakthrough. But 40 years, quantum phenomena are tough to harvest and tough to work with. But here we are, thanks to President Trump's leadership in the first term with Director Grazios, to launch a major national effort on quantum. This is taking it to the next level. The future of computing is going to be a three-legged stool. It's high-performance computing, basically Moore's law in semiconductor manufacturing. It's artificial intelligence that everyone's seeing and hearing about that's supercharging it. The third leg of that computing stool is going to be scientifically relevant quantum computing. This is tricky. We're not there yet. We're close. But with this executive order and this coordinated effort, we will have scientifically relevant, meaning error-corrected, quantum computing during this administration. The impacts of it will be tremendous.
Just, if I might, so with respect to the Strait, Hormuz Strait, a lot of oil pouring out, right?
A lot of oil pouring out. Despite Iran's efforts or pushback, we are flowing oil through the Strait of Hormuz and natural gas at pre-crisis levels. We could get to above that. We will get to above that, but things today are going very well, thanks to the U.S. military and Pete Hegseth down the line here.
And 2 days ago, we set a record, most ever taken out of the Strait. It's pent up, but it's a record. Did you know of my uncle at all?
No.
You did?
No. Sorry.
Oh. Mr. Goodman.
I'm
Would you like to...
Berkeley and MIT.
Well, but MIT's Howard, you want to say something? Yeah.
So you're accelerating quantum with this, continuing to push America forward. Now, I have the honor that John Martinez was a member of the Commerce Department at NIST, and he's a Nobel Prize winning alum, which is, if you don't think the people in the Commerce Department and in NIST are the best, I mean, here's an example. Nobel Prize winner who was part of our team. You all know that the government invested $2 billion just a couple of weeks ago in quantum to drive it forward. And besides investing in the companies, we've also invested in fabs to build quantum for others so we can manufacture these quantum in America. They have Ruth Porat from Alphabet. They are doing amazing investing in building quantum. And you have Arvind right next from IBM. We invested in his fab. He's got a leading fab, so he's going to be building those chips, right? So that's that idea. And then lastly, post-quantum cryptography, right? Once you have quantum chips, we've got to protect everyone in this government, post-quantum cryptography. So NIST and the Department of Commerce is going to lead the charge to make sure all of us are protected and defended, so we know how to deal with quantum when it comes. We're going to lead in quantum, and we're going to make sure we stay safe. And these are both the things you're signing today, and that's why you have such an amazing team behind you, because you are leading the charge in quantum for America.
And Ruth, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you. First, thank you so much for convening us for this important meeting and these two executive orders. We completely agree. Quantum is a breakthrough critical technology. The U.S. is in the lead. We will stay in the lead. At Google, we're really proud of our innovations, and thank you, Secretary Letnick. We've been investing for more than a decade in quantum. And back in 2019, we were the first company actually to achieve quantum supremacy. Didn't stop there. About a year and a half ago, we unveiled a new chip, the Willow chip, which is a great example of American innovation manufactured here in the United States. And what the Willow chip does, it enabled us to do a computation in less than 5 minutes that previously on the best supercomputer would have taken 10 septillion years, which is 1 in 25 zeros. So
That's pretty good.
It's a lot. And what's exciting about this is what it means for our children and grandchildren. It's about medical breakthroughs, nuclear fusion, material science. So we're really excited about the opportunity. And then also around post-quantum cryptography and the work that we're doing there. Absolutely critical that we also keep America safe, everyone safe. So we have been deploying that across our products and services. And it's a critical opportunity. I think with these two EOs, it lays the foundation for, one, protecting America as well as continuing to benefit on the upside. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Say hello to everybody.
I absolutely will.
Arvind, please. IBM.
First, I'd like to thank the President for both of these EOs. The role of the government is often underestimated. The role of the government in pushing innovation and technology forward is what both of these will achieve. Asking for the investment in quantum computing, asking that the departments all work together, will actually accelerate what industry does, because that gives us the confidence to invest even more, and that is what we commit to do, to get these systems out and to get what both the secretaries asked for, to get the systems out during your current term. So we will go and invest in doing that. And I'd also like to thank Commerce for the investment they made in accelerating the ability to build fabs so that we can actually make these in America.
Good. Thank you very much. Would you like to say something, Russell, about how well we're doing on the budget and things?
Well, we're making tons of progress. I think last year you had the most fiscally consequential year in history, a story that's largely been unwritten. But today, this
they don't want to write it. They don't write it. It's true. Go ahead.
More savings.
You might as well say it because they will.
More savings than ever before in history. Today's about the investments that we're going to prioritize. So we'll save in places, but we're going to do what's necessary to invest in the future, in industries of the future. That's what today's about. Quantum is one of those areas in the first term and now in the second term.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Any questions for Mr.
Treasury lifted sanctions on Iranian oil today, sir? Treasury lifted sanctions on Iranian oil today,
Well,
sir?
I'm going to have to find out exactly the status, but if the sanctions go out, money's going to be put into this country. All that money's coming back in the form of purchases of food, which they desperately need. They have 91 million people. They can't feed them. So the money that we lift is going to go to our farmers, largely to our farmers.
Can you ensure that the Iranians won't use profits from oil sales to rebuild their military? And just
Well, they're not supposed to be doing that, sir. We'll see, but they're supposed to use money to buy food for their people, because right now the people are very hungry, and they're buying it exclusively from us. Corn, soybeans. Should be a lot of money. I hope it's a lot of money.
If the war with Iran could cause a worldwide depression, as you noted, Mr. President, are you willing to risk economic catastrophe and strike Iran again?
Well, not the way I'm doing it. It's not going to cause depression.
Yes, but if they don't abide by the memorandum of understanding.
Supersedes depression. Depression's real bad. Nuclear weapon will cause depression much more quickly. The way we're doing it, we have the opposite of a depression. We're doing really well. The numbers are incredible. The oil is at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Oil prices are way down. I think they're very comparable to what they were. Chris, I don't know, pretty comparable to what they were before we started.
They've returned most of the way back down.
Yeah.
So if Iran does not abide by the MOU, are you still willing for strikes?
And does it cause a depression? I said it could cause a depression, right? And I said that I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. That's a president I don't want to be, because he was in charge during the Great Depression, and certainly a lot of bad things could happen. That would be one of the things. I don't think it would, but if it did, but no, if Iran doesn't live up to their agreement, or if they're not behaving, I will do what I have to do.
Does that give them leverage over you, Mr. President?
Say it?
Does that give them leverage, the Iranians leverage over you?
Oh, you're so leverage. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their leaders are all dead. Their whole country's a mess. Their economy is shot. The Times, the fake New York Times said, oh, it's about the same as it was 4 months ago. No, 4 months ago they had a Navy, 159 ships to be exact. It's gone. The whole Navy's gone. Their 250 airplanes, all gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. Their radar is gone. These guys love radar. Their radar is gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone. Their whole country is gone. And the Times said, oh, they're about the same as they were 4 months ago. The reason the news is doing so badly, or let's put it another way, the reason that I won in a landslide, even though I got 92% negative press, all fake press, is because nobody believes the press anymore. And they have to start believing. When the Times and a couple of others, they're grasping for straws. When they say that Iran is about the same as it was 4 months ago, they had a powerful Navy, they had a powerful Air Force. Most of their missiles are gone. Most of their launching pads are gone. Most of their manufacturing capacity for drones and missiles is gone. About 87% gone. And then I hear, oh, they're in such great shape. No, they're gone. And their first level of leaders, gone. Their second level of leaders, gone. Their third level of leaders, you have to hear the conversations. Who wants to be president? Well, I don't want it. Nobody wants to be president. And then we have to read that they're doing well. They're doing so badly. In the meantime, we're setting records. We have the strongest economy we've ever had. We have 18 to 19 trillion dollars being poured into our country. We're building factories all over the place. We have more people working today than at any time in the history of our country at higher salaries. So when you ask a question like that, it's so stupid. Here's another beauty. Watch this one.
Well, earlier today, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his forces are not leaving Lebanon. That is a sticking point in these conversations. He said it publicly in Israel.
Well, we're going to take a look at it.
Well, what would you do to make sure that he doesn't sabotage the deal?
What I'm going to do, but it gets solved. I'm a problem solver. I get problem solved real fast, including with Bibi. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. What's the latest you've heard from the Vice President? Are you happy with his negotiations?
Yeah.
And can you share a little bit about what Secretary Rubio will be doing in the Middle East this week?
I think that they're doing a fantastic job. Our secretary is fantastic. I think he's maybe going to go down as the best ever. And I thought J.D. Vance this morning was fantastic. I watched his news conference, and from Switzerland, he's a very smart guy. Did a great job. When I look at the Democrats, I call them the Democrats. They're dumb. The Democrats. When I watched that, where one of them thought it was World War XI. She said World War XI. She read World War II. You know about that, right? This is one of their potential leaders, Ilhan Omar, who married her brother to get into the country, by the way, illegally. But when I watch AOC have no idea, on a simple question, what happened when she was over in Switzerland, which she probably never went there before, but she was. And then I watch somebody like JD or Marco. I said, what a difference. What a difference! What a difference a brain makes.
Mr. President, the candidate that you endorsed in Colombia for this.
Sir, you've been quite critical of Prime Minister Starmer, and he's now resigned. Your thoughts, and who would you like to see as the next Prime Minister of the UK?
I was critical only from the because I think he's a lovely man, but I said you're really messing up energy. You have windmills all over the place. In the meantime, you have the North Sea oil, and they won't let anybody drill. It's one of the great fields in the world, and they haven't even found most. You know that the UK buys much of its energy. You know where? Norway. You know where they get their oil? The North Sea. The UK has a much better portion of the North Sea. They don't want to do it for environmental purposes, okay? And I told him he's a very nice man. I mean, sort of a friend of mine. I mean, he was not good to us with NATO, Pete, right? He said we can't use the island to land. That was the first. For a couple of weeks, he said, well, but ultimately I gave it to you. Now, that was a bad move. That hurt him badly. But I mean, I wish him well, but he's got two problems, energy and immigration and crime. But energy and immigration.
And your preference on the next one?
And he's really hurt himself very, very badly. Please go.
President, can you tell us about your meeting with the defense contractors on Wednesday and what you plan to tell them?
The meeting coming up, because I've met with them before. We're building plants all over the country. They are not allowed to take any more stock buybacks. Do you do stock buybacks by any chance? Not too much, right? No, because you want to invest in product. It's just an artificial way of raising a price if you're running a bad company. So they spent $51 billion on stock buybacks instead of spending them on plants. Now they're spending. They can't do that anymore. Now they are spending a lot of money. We're building many plants throughout the country. They're dealing with General Motors. They're dealing with Ford. But I know General Motors is all excited about building weapons now. They have some plants which are going to switch over, and we're going to build weapons, including the Patriot, including the Tomahawk, and lots of other things. And we're really in a big, strong economic push to do the weapons. And some of the car companies, if they have any excess capacity, they're making a deal to build missiles and the Patriot in particular. We have quite a few of them, but we want to make sure we have always a lot of them.
Mr. President, the candidate that you endorsed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations on the quantum physics EO to all of you. Vice President Vance said that there are mechanisms in place to make sure that there's not escalations with the Strait of Hormuz and with Israel and Lebanon. Can you talk about what those mechanisms are, and are you in direct talks with the Supreme Leader?
Yeah, look, here's the thing. As long as they respect us, I don't want to use the word fear because that's an inappropriate word, but as long as they respect us, we're not going to have any trouble. We have total control of the strait.
So the mechanism is
we have a Navy that had a blockade. I think the blockade was more impactful than dropping bombs, if you want to know the truth. It was like they call it the steel wall. Nobody got through. Not one ship got through, able to go to Iran. They got through if we wanted them to go through. And we could set that up again in about 15 minutes. I would say, Pete, one phone call. How long would it take? Maybe half hour?
They're ready to go right now if you need to. Yes,
It'll be before we finish the meeting. No, we have, as long as they respect us, we're going to be fine. If they don't respect us, things wouldn't be good, but they have a lot of respect. Don't forget, we had presidents that should have done this for 47 years. Nobody did it. Obama gave them a road to a nuclear weapon. I gave them a wall against a nuclear. They can never, under this agreement, they'll never even think about building a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, on Colombia, the candidate, El Tigre, Abelardo de la Espriella, we know that you had a phone call.
I endorsed him. He was in 10th place. I endorsed him, but he won the election.
Yeah, we know that you had a
no different than this country.
You had a phone conversation with Abelardo de la Espriella in the last hours. What can you tell us about that phone conversation, and what do you see, what do you anticipate?
You're from Colombia?
Yes, sir, I'm from Colombia.
So he called,
a great city.
He called me last night, and he thanked me for the endorsement. He won. He won the election. He wasn't anticipated to win, but he won, and he won handily. It's just an honor. He was just a good man. I'd watch him a little bit speak, and he always spoke. When people like me, I like them. It's very simple. It's a very simple formula, and I like him. He said really nice things about me and the job we've done in the United States, and very, very powerful. And he won an election in Colombia that, I don't know, some people were surprised because he was a little bit further down the pack, but he won easily last night. He won by, he called me at 8:30 in the evening just to thank me very much. And I said, you ran a great campaign. He's El Tigre, right?
Yeah. And what do you anticipate for the relation with Colombia? Colombia is such an
much better. It'll be better. He's going to be a great president.
Mr. President.
Are the contractors who did the initial work with the reflecting pool, are they to blame for the current condition, or is it the vandals that you mentioned?
Vandals. You know, we have I think 290, 300-foot slit right through it, probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind. We had people lifting up the basic, some of the, it's not a lot of damage, but we'll probably have to let the water out and refix it. They went in there with a knife. I was just told by the people over at Parks, they have 5 people are arrested and 5 people are under investigation right now. And it's a sad thing. In addition to that, we put brand new, beautiful grass all around. They put these massive letters on the grass. You probably know about that, right? And they said 8647. They probably got that from the dirty cop. Told me, you know he's a dirty cop, don't you? Dirty cop. He's a crooked guy. They destroyed the grass. So that's a big thing. But we're going to get it back very soon.
National Guard and police have been all over the mall. How would these vandals have gotten so close to do something like that?
We didn't have a lot of them then. Who would think that somebody would go into a pool and take a knife and start cutting it?
But do you have proof of that they used the knife? Do you have photos or video?
Well, let's put it this way. When you have a 350, I think it's 350, not 250, a 350-foot slit from one end to the other, you think that's proof?
Reporters have been down there today looking for that slit that you mentioned, and there's no evidence of it.
All you have to do is see the Parks Department. They'll show it to you. See the secretary. But I saw it. They cut it. They cut it very violently. The same thing with the floor. They cut it. And then they lifted it. They pulled it. And that's what it is. And, we've done over 50 monuments. Number one, we start with, this is now a safe city. It's as safe a city as you're going to get in the country. And when I came here, it was a very dangerous city. And number two, what we did is the beautification with the parks and the grass and everything, removal of all the tents. And this is like a different place. One of the things we did is over 50 fountains and statues, most of which were in horrible shape. All of them were bad, but some were just absolutely horrible. Graffiti, you couldn't even see the stone. They've all been fixed. We also fixed the reflecting pool. In fact, if you go over there right now, it looks very good. It's up. Somebody said fertilizer in the water. If you put fertilizer in the water, you get algae. But somebody said they might have put fertilizer. They did something to create the algae, but that doesn't matter because that's been purified. It's dead. Laying at the bottom, they're taking it out. They vacuum it out. They vacuum it very carefully out. And it'll be back to health pretty soon. We're going to have to let the water out to fix there's 2 little areas, very little areas where they were cut. And we'll fix that, but it's not leaking or anything. It's got a base underneath.
Part of what's curious about this situation is we stood here with you in April when you first revealed the plans.
I said what?
In April, you showed us pictures of what you were going to do at the pool, and you said you had a guy who was going to do it in a week for about $1 million.
Well,
it's been 2 months and $16.5 million.
Yeah, okay, ready? Barack Hussein Obama, have you ever heard of him?
Yeah.
He spent 2 years and over $100 million on trying to fix it. You know what happened to it? Never even opened.
Right.
He took the water from the river. You know about that, right? It turned out to be putrid, and it destroyed the whole thing. Spent over $100 million. Him and Biden together spent $147 million. You know what happened? Never opened. You don't mention that, right?
But
we spent about 10. Much of the money we spent are park workers. They're there whether they do this or not, as you know. They work in the park, and they're very good workers. They did a great job. So they were going to spend $300 to $400 million. You know that, and it was going to take 4 years. I spent about 6-7 weeks, and I spent probably in terms of outside, probably $10 million, around $10 million. They say 16, but a lot of that's workers that work for the same thing. So they were going to spend $400 million. I spent 10. They were going to spend 4 years. I spent 2 months, maybe less. And I have a better product. Now, I can't help it if somebody goes in with a knife and starts hacking it up. And we also have pictures of it. We have
Can you
pictures.
release the photos? We've been
At the
asking
right
for
time,
that.
you'll see it. You'll see it in court. You'll see it in court. But all you have to do is call the Parks Department. Call the Department of Interior, and I don't know if their lawyers will allow you to speak to them because you write fake news. But call the Interior Department, and I understand they've arrested 5 people, and they have another 5 people that are under investigation. Here's the bottom line: we made so much progress in this city, people don't even recognize it. By the way, Memphis, Tennessee, crime is down 78% in a matter of months. It was a hellhole. New Orleans, crime is down 79%. And they had Mardi Gras. It was the safest Mardi Gras they've had in 50 years. The governor called me. Governor Landry called me. Safest Mardi Gras they've had in... And by the way, Chicago, which is a shooting field right now, if the governor would call me, Governor Pritzker would call me, I would solve the Chicago problem. In 3-4 months, you'd have virtually a crime-free city. We'll remove all of the bad ones. You have criminals. You have career criminals that came in through the border because of Sleepy Joe Biden. You ever hear of Sleepy Joe Biden? Do you ever hear of him? He let people come into this country, and we can never forget that that happened. Guys like you should never forget that that happened. They were murderers, drug dealers, mental patients. They took them out of prisons. They took them out of mental institutions. You should never forget that that happened.
Mr. President, you're
Let's
meeting.
leave on a nicer note.
You're meeting with NATO's Mark Rutte on Wednesday.
Good.
You've had Secretary Hegseth review U.S. presence in NATO countries. Talk to us about that conversation. Are you planning on drawing down U.S.
NATO.
troops?
It's NATO, basically, the question. So we have been a great member of NATO. In many ways, certainly the predominant member. We paid trillions of dollars over the years, not billions, trillions over the years to protect Europe. When we wanted to know, we didn't need any help at all. I was more curious than anything else. So I said to Pete, let's see if they'd actually come. So we asked them to come, and they weren't there for us. So we spent, it was stupid that they weren't. By the way, Starmer wasn't there. And you know what? The people of the UK did not like it that he wasn't there. Starmer said no. Starmer said worse than no. He said, we'll be there as soon as you win. I said, we don't need you as soon as we win. Before I went in, we called him. He said, oh, wow, we'll be there. This was not Winston Churchill we're dealing with, that I can tell you. But Starmer said, we'll be there, right, Pete? As soon as we win. As soon as we win, they're going to come and help us. Okay. But you know what? Italy was very bad. Italy was very bad, and other countries, Germany was very bad. So we spent all of this money, probably 600, I think we spend 600 billion a year, right? Well, I would say that. I think the real number, think of that, the numbers that we spend are so crazy for NATO, and they weren't there for us. So I say to Pete, and I say to everybody else, if we're spending all of this money, just hundreds of millions of dollars to protect them from Russia, mostly. Okay, so we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars a year. You know, the case could be made that we spent all of the money over the years before me. I cut it back. But listen, we spend all of this money, and then when we want to maybe have help on small stuff, this is small time. This is not the big one. This is small potatoes. They say no, we'd rather not help. Stupid thing to say, because we can say that to them if we want, and we might.
It's the 1-year anniversary of Operation Midnight Hammer. If you could go back in time, is there anything you would do differently?
No.
Nothing at all?
It's the most successful attack that anyone's ever seen with a bomber that totally wiped out their nuclear potential. If we didn't do that, you'd have no Israel right now. Israel would not exist, and most of the Middle East would not exist. They were 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. If we wouldn't have done that, Pete, they would have had a nuclear weapon. You want to say something about that?
Yes, sir. I wasn't aware it was 1 year, but you don't have the situation we have now, a position of strength where Iran's going to give up their nuclear program without Midnight Hammer, which no other country on planet Earth could remotely conceivably pull off that from start to finish, 37 hours back and forth. Iran never saw it, and every munition, precision munition that only we make, hit exactly where we wanted it to, because
they knew we were coming, and they could do nothing.
They could do nothing about it with their air defenses, which are even further now degraded. And that's what everyone misses in the press, and the president's right to call it fake news, because the overwhelming military victory that has been had over Iran is what has set the conditions for them to be at the table with our negotiators. And we will ensure, whether it's through a deal or through the War Department, that they never get a nuclear weapon because of this president right here.
Okay? Thank you very much,
Thank you, guys. Thank you, press.
Thank you very
much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
All right, guys. Real quick. So we do have more to watch. He's going to be doing a speech in about 5 minutes at the Mack Truck Factory. He's already landed in town, and we're just waiting for that. So let me actually pull up some interesting clips, because he actually did land already. He did a couple, like a brief press gaggle. I don't have the whole thing, but I have little sections of it. Let's see. Let's just start at the bottom. Yeah, so it's raining. He's got his umbrella. That's him arriving. Let's do this. Just start from where he left. Down here, where's his caravan? Where's his, that's Rubio. That's him getting on a plane. Let's see. No, we've seen, this is motorcade leaving. Oh, it's raining. Get an umbrella. Your suit's gonna get wet. I love the rain. Look how huge the presidential limousine is. The beast. It looks like a regular sedan, but look how tall it is. He's 6'3". Yeah, crazy, huh? What else is there? So that's him driving off. Oh, no audio here. Yeah, I believe it's powered with the V12. I've heard W16, but I'm not sure. It's a heavy ass. Yeah, it's missile proof. The presidential limousine's missile proof. It's even got its own oxygen supply, in case there's like a bio attack and they need to like drive away. They have their own oxygen supply. Yeah. That's the tower on fire in Spain. Let's see. See him getting on a plane. Oh, it's raining. That's quite humble of him. He carries his own umbrella. And in other countries, the leaders have like these hot bitches carry umbrellas for them. Wow. Let's see. Okay, let's hear what Rubio has to say. He just landed in Abu Dhabi to. I guess he's gonna have to redo negotiations because a lot of things fell through overnight, man. Let's see, what is he talking about here? Something about, he was asked about whether American tax dollars is going to Iran or not, and we know it's not, but here he is reaffirming that.
Then there will be opportunities, and those opportunities could include investment, as you've seen other countries in this region benefit from investment, from foreign direct investment. It won't be our investment, it won't be our government money, but I think that is something that's going to have to depend on progress made on a host of other security issues that have to be confronted in the days to come. Then there will be opportunities, and those.
Okay. Hello J9, good to see you. Hello Primo Beef. Hello Analog Kid, good to see you. Hanging out on YouTube. What is this one about? He was asked about the Iranian deal. A careful reading of the MOU will see that if you talk about an end to the hostilities. Okay, well, that's interesting. So he agrees with the MOU, because a lot of people are saying he doesn't. A lot of people, I mean, he like me, we both want full regime changes in Iran, but I mean, this is probably the best way out at this point. We do have other fish to fry anyways. So, but we'll see what happens. I believe he does get asked about like, hey, did you hear that they're gonna toll the strait? I think he gets asked that. We'll find out right now once we dig through all these. Here we go.
Concerns to allies here in the region.
Well, that most certainly will come up in these conversations. And there are items outside the MOU that are certainly going to be covered, but that's one that will have to be covered. It'll be discussed. I think a careful reading of the MOU will see that when you talk about, for example, a complete and end of hostilities in the entire region, well, that's not possible. You can't have the end of hostilities and conflicts in the region as long as Iranian proxies are launching missiles and drones from Iraq and are participating in terrorism like Hamas did and like Hezbollah did. So I do think it's covered by the MOU, and it is an issue that will be gotten to at the appropriate time in these negotiations.
Let me ask you about Hormuz. Concerns to allies here in the...
Yep. Let's see, what's the next one? This is Van Hollen talking about the Iran War Powers Act. Didn't that fail already? You still gonna do another one or what? Why can't you vote on the Save America Act as much? It's so stupid. Anyways.
Those pushing to abandon this.
You're blowing up our funding, guys. Yeah, we know. That's why we're doing it. Here, Rubio was asked, can the U.S. allies guarantee freedom of navigation in the strait?
And allies, can they guarantee navigation, freedom of navigation in the strait?
Well, that's the law. It's an international waterway. No country is allowed to charge tolls or fees on an international waterway. That's existing international law. That's the way it is in international waterways all over the world, and that's the way we expect it'll be here. So I don't think we have anybody to convince around here in that regard. I think all the countries in this region would agree with us.
And allies.
Okay, what is this one? He was asked the question, can the U.S. and allies guarantee freedom of navigation in the... Oh, I already read that one. Denmark's going to be arming up Greenland. Like, good luck with that one. That's the guy that pew-pewed the library in California today. And the only reason why we have a picture is because he's light-skinned. If he's dark, they'd be hiding it and photoshopping it light. Okay, this is new today. Trump wins in court. Let me park this for tomorrow's show, actually. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Here we go. So Trump wins in court. DC court upholds and restores Trump's policy to expedite removal of non-citizens nationwide. Expedite, guys. Expedite. I'm getting rid of all of them. Here we go. Activists, judges must not... Okay, cool. What is this one? Oh, that's a commercial for Poly Market. China displaces U.S. as the world's fastest supercomputer crown. We don't care. You know, a supercomputer in China is good for what? Thinking? They don't allow it. They don't allow thinking. You guys know the first iteration of DeepSeek? China had to redo it because DeepSeek was criticizing the CCP and communism. Yeah. So their AI is not really AI. It's AI for what they're allowing people to, you know, see and learn and hear about. It's the stupidest thing ever. Anyways, let's see. Is Trump getting on board the? We saw that already. Rubio says if Iran makes a decision that they want to be a country instead of a revolutionary movement that exports terror, they're going to have an opportunity to do incredible things. Let's hear this.
If Iran makes a decision, if its leadership makes a decision that they want to be a country instead of a revolutionary movement that exports terror, they're going to have an opportunity to do incredible things in Iran. I'm not promising you that that's the choice they're going to make. I'm saying if that's the choice that they make, then there will be opportunities, and those opportunities could include investment, as you've seen other countries in this region benefit from investment, from foreign direct investment. It won't be our investment, it won't be our government money, but I think that is something that's going to have to depend on progress made on a host of other security issues that have to be confronted in the days to come.
Okay. So Rubio says the U.S. will not accept tolls in the strait. That's contrary to what they said that they're going to do. So we'll see what happens. That's a repeat of what we saw earlier. I'm telling you, all these guys just steal videos from each other. They steal clips from each other. It's not, to be fair, it's not theirs, right? You just got to write your own caption. What is this one? Healthcare fraud takedown. 455 defendants charged. Oh, that's the one from today. Wow. Okay, so let's add that then. So that's deportations. This will be from tomorrow's show. Let's see. Got that. What is this one? Elon Musk exposes that USAID funding was used for terrorism, and people like Roll Khanna smear him for helping destroy USAID. Okay, cool. Oh, what is this? Okay, all passengers safe. This is in Wales. A bus crashed. Uh-oh, bus crash. It's okay, it's a country that doesn't matter. Next story. I'm kidding, guys. It was Rubio in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, he's here to really get it done now, because clearly they ain't listen to JD Vance. That's enough of this. What is that? Oh yeah, Polymarket's new commercial. Is Trump getting off the plane? I forgot what state is this in. Pennsylvania. The Mack truck factory is in Pennsylvania, and that's where he just landed. We'll be hearing from him in just a jiffy. Just a jiffy. Hello guys, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, we're just going through clips of the goings on today. Oh, let's find that press guy. Go real quick. He's about to speak. Ronaldo from Portugal is the first man to score at 6 different World Cups. Wow, he must have got in real early, huh? I think he's like the same age as Messi. Messi doesn't have that record. Anyways, Trump stuns the experts by confirming oil is nearly $70 a barrel.
Yesterday we had 19 barrels of oil, 19 million barrels of oil come off, and that's the biggest in the history of the Strait, the Hormuz Strait. Our stock market is through the roof, and oil prices are tumbling. We actually hit for a moment today. In fact, I think it's going to break it, $70 a barrel. That's lower than we were when we started, and it's been amazing. And the big thing is, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so we got that. House Financial Services is holding a hearing on the Clarity Act on July 17th. This has been dragged on so far. This was supposed to be done in March, and it's not. Yeah, because the banks are like fighting with the crypto people about stuff. Their lobbies are trying to get certain things banned so that it benefits banks. And here's Trump talking about Iran. Here we go.
You want to see trouble? Let them have a nuclear weapon. We're doing very well with Iran. They've been decimated, and we're making a deal with them, and we'll see how that all goes. And right now, as you probably heard yesterday, we had 19 barrels of oil, 19 million barrels of oil come off, and that's the biggest in the history of the Strait, the Hormuz Strait. Our stock market is through the roof, and oil prices are tumbling. We actually hit for a moment today. In fact, I think it's going to break it, $70 a barrel. That's lower than we were when we started, and it's been amazing. And the big thing is, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. You want to see...
Good stuff. How about this one? Always trashes Senator Thune here for blocking the SAVE Act.
We're just going to talk about Save America. We have to pass the Save America Act, which is voter ID, which is proof of citizenship, etc. We have to pass it. So we're going to have to talk about that and many other things. A lot of good relations.
The President, the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, has told you many times he doesn't believe that they have the votes to pass it. That's what being a leader's about.
You know, he's a leader. John's a leader. That's what being as a leader is about. Look, we have to be able to get proof of citizenship when you vote. Otherwise, we don't have elections. We have to be able to get voter ID. So John is a leader, and hopefully he can get the votes.
Mr. President, about the Save America Act.
Well, we just...
All right, the next one. We already saw that one. Ooh, here's the one. They ask him about Iran saying that there's no scheduled visit for the nuclear agency. And here's what Trump had to say about it.
Iranians are saying there's no scheduled visit for the IAEA inspector. Is that part of your agreement?
They're wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong. They know they're wrong. They told us inside, and we have it down 100% inspections. And if they were right, I'd cancel the meetings right now.
When will those, from your view, Mr. President, when will those inspectors actually be on the ground?
At the appropriate time. At the appropriate time. There's no rush, but they'll be on the ground at the appropriate time.
Good stuff. What is this one? Trump reveals that Iran is lying publicly about refusing to allow nuclear inspectors. I think that's the same video as this, is it? No. Yeah, same video. I think he just trimmed it shorter. Yeah, it's the same one. 22 seconds, same one. Oh no, this is about Thune. We already saw that one. Let's see. What do you say about to your allies of yours, like Senator Cruz, who've been critical of the Iran deal? Here we go.
Senator Carl, what will you say to allies of yours like Senator Cruz who've been critical of the Iran deal?
Well, I think anybody that's been critical of it has to be educated, even if they're friends of mine. Because we have Iran in a position that nobody's ever had. This should have been done for 47 years by other presidents. And we have Iran in a position where their military has been totally wiped out, their leadership has been wiped out, their radar has been wiped out, everything has been wiped out. They have not a good negotiating position. But despite that, and money that will be taken out of Iran is going to go to our farmers to give corn, soybeans, wheat to Iran, because they have a hunger problem, they have a food problem, they have a medicine problem, they got a lot of problems. And they have an inflation. Their inflation now just hit 300%. So they have a lot of problems.
Senator Carl, what will you say to allies?
No. What else is there? We have in Iran. Wait. We have Iran in a position that nobody's ever had before. Let's hear this one.
Done for 47 years by other presidents. And we have Iran in a position where their military has been totally wiped out, their leadership has been wiped out, their radar has been wiped out, everything has been wiped out. They have not a good negotiating position. But despite that, and money that will be taken out of Iran is going to go to our farmers to give corn, soybeans, wheat to Iran, because they have a hunger problem, they have a food problem, they have a medicine problem, they got a lot of problems. And they have an inflation. Their inflation now just hit 300%. So they have a lot of problems. We have a...
What else is there? Iran has fully and completely agreed to allow nuclear inspectors. Let's see. Trump confirms authorities have caught someone slashing a reflecting pool. Here we go.
Reached out to them and they haven't shared it with us. Are you going to come tell them to release?
They've arrested, I think, 6 people on the reflecting pool. So the reflecting pool looks fantastic. I just got pictures of it. It's beautiful. But somebody went in with a knife and cut it. They cut it up good. And then they cut a 350-foot slip in the form of lots of little slips, real horrible stuff, and they destroyed the grass. We put a brand new big load of grass out there. They destroyed it. So it's all being fixed, but it's a shame. So I understand 5 or 6 people are arrested. The Interior Department can refer to you on that. And I hear they have 6 people under investigation.
Reached out to them and they have.
Let's see. Facebook is going to be doing their own little prediction markets. They're going to try to beat out Polymarket and Kalshi. Again, always behind these guys. Always behind. You know, they weren't even the first Facebook. There was MySpace before them. There was Friendster before them. You know? They were the CIA version, right? Oh, they're the ones by the CIA, so they get promoted by the CIA and the government. So they became top dog. Let's see. President Trump says Republicans who oppose the deal should educate. We already saw that one involving. He's talking about Ted Cruz. Fraud stuff. 455 defendants have been charged across what state was this? Across the country. Okay, well that doesn't. Oh, I'd like to know what state that's from. It's an updated version of that post. We will watch that after the Trump. Well, we're still waiting for them to start there. That's a live feed right there. So we're just going through. Some clips that might have popped up on my notifications before Trump arrives. Europe must be ready to replace key U.S. weaponry soon. Are you guys kidding me? Well, good luck with that. Last I checked, you guys been giving away all your money to the Libyans who are pillaging your country. So good luck with that. Good luck getting them to build you any new. This Ronaldo, I can't play it, but yeah, he scored the first player to ever score in 6 different World Cups. So I had no idea he was that of age. I thought he was a little bit younger, but apparently he's Messi's age or so. Let's see. So this is people waiting right now at the event.
Is pro-manufacturing policies that are crucial to the people here in the Lehigh Valley. You mentioned we are at a Mack truck manufacturing plant. On his way here to Pennsylvania, President Trump also spoke about a $3.5 billion investment from Eli Lilly, something that also adds more jobs to the people here in this district. This will be Trump's 5th visit to Pennsylvania so far in his 2nd term. It's a battleground state that he won twice in 2016 and 2024. It's also where an assassin's bullet nearly took his life in Butler in 2024. Trump's visit today comes on the heels of his interim peace deal with Iran and after last week's announcement where Mack Defense secured a $47 million contract to continue building dump trucks for the U.S. military.
There's a company called Mack Defense. Interesting. So they're making dump trucks for the military, huh? Wow. Pretty cool. Here's that stupid judge. Elon's calling for a ban on foreign judges. What happened, Mr. H-1B visa guy? Huh? You're suddenly like, oh yeah, these dark ones are bad. Suddenly. Here's an interesting one, guys. President Trump's approval rating surged 8 points to 47% following his Iran peace deal. Yeah, they must not have heard that it fell through. Because it did. And it's getting there. What is this one? When they tell you the New York subway is safe? Oh, it's a fight. Yeah, we're not going to play that. I can't play that here. I can, but I'll get yellow flag. So it's like, why do it? Anywho, yeah, we're still waiting for Trump to arrive. Yeah, I got to talk over that music. That's for sure. Anywho, how's everyone doing? Let's go visit everyone in the chat. We got Primo Beef. Hello, Primo Beef. Hello to people. Hello, Dylan. Good to see you, dear. Howdy. Thank you for being here. Hello, High Plains Drifter. Good to see you. Hello, Josie. Yeah, I already took my camera down, so I'm just gonna like not set it back up. I didn't think I was gonna have to like hang out and like chat with y'all, you know. But here we are. Sartar, good to see you, buddy. Let's see. It's a great little emoji there. Good stuff. Anyways, what are we doing here? Flash flood emergency has been declared in southern Oklahoma. Ooh, let's go take a look at that. Let's see. Oh, it's raining. It doesn't look very floody, but it is raining.
We've got problems in Atoka, Oklahoma, where we do have a flash flood emergency in effect. You can see some of the trucks entering the highway here. Oklahoma DOT cam showing us the rainy conditions where it's about 79 degrees. The rain has been pouring down for the past couple of hours now. And yeah, it's not a good situation. We've got reports of some high water rescues going on. Caney's included in this warning, but also near Bentley, Oklahoma. We're getting reports of multiple high water rescues taking place there. That's why we have not just a flash flood warning, but when it's upgraded to a flash flood emergency, it's really a very dangerous situation. And by the way, out of Norman, Oklahoma, this is the first flash flood emergency that they've issued since May 25th of 2019. So it's been a few years since we've had this type of situation, at least out of this particular office in Oklahoma. This is in the southeastern part of the state. Catastrophic threat for Atoka County. Flash flood emergency. You can see that highlighted right there in the pink. Outside of that, we've also got a few extra counties that are involved with flash flood warnings because we've seen so much rain.
Oh, look at that. Anna Luna says that she and other Republicans are going to shut down the floor. Well, okay, that's fraud. That's international. Okay, cool. So, she said, Anna Luna announces she and other Republicans will shut down the House floor and vote no on every single bill unless the Save America Act is pushed. Wow. Wow. Yeah, they've done this before, by the way. Matt Gaetz and Lauren Boebert did this in while Biden was president, where what they did was so what happened was the Republicans control the House, right? But they were still doing all these rhino things, right? So they were like, all right, well, you want rhino? Okay, here we go. So Boebert and Gaetz started voting with the Democrats on everything, right? To the point where things weren't getting passed anymore. And so was it Mike Johnson? Or was it Kevin McCarthy? One of the two had to just stop. They were like, okay, well, there's no point in bringing these bills forward because they're going to pass here and they're going to fail, you know, or I mean, they'll fail or they'll go the way of the Democrats. So then they just stop bringing forward bills. So now she's going to do the same thing again. Look at that. Brave gal. What did she say? I'll be voting no. What did she say here?
Fire the parliament.
No, that's him talking. I want to know what she said. She said here, time is running out for secure national elections. Luna says, I will be voting no and oppose other bills and rules until we fight for the Save America Act. That means if House GOP leadership chooses today to move the Senate housing bill under they're going to block the Senate housing bill. The bipartisan one that was supposed to ban corporate America from buying houses. You probably should not block that one, Anna Luna. Let that one go. Block one that's like I mean, I don't know. That one's bipartisan. I don't know how you're gonna block that one. You know what I mean? It had 85 votes, 85 out of 100 votes. 85 out of 90 in the Senate voted to pass that. So I don't think you'll be able to block that. You probably have to choose a different one to block. Because that one's bipartisan, as it seems. So, she says here she's going to block the Senate housing bill. And then she's going to be getting rid of the House rules, and she's going to vote to shut the floor down. And she says that she's not the only one. That's a good idea, but you probably want to pick a different bill. That one's bipartisan. It's not going to work. So, we'll see how that goes. Anywho, let's go check in more with the other notifications. Ooh, look at that. Trump's at the Mack truck factory. Oh, this is the military dump truck. Look at that. Ooh. You probably don't need the background music. Damn. Oh, no, that's not a dump truck. That's a military. That's just a military truck in general. Look how many wheels it's got in the back. Because it's got... This is supposed to carry like tanks and shit like that, right? So, you know, 18 wheels is not enough. You got to add a lot more. That's amazing. Ooh, Mac. Wow, look at the front. It's armored, and it's an armored Mack truck, guys. Let's go take a look at this real quick. Ooh, armored Mack truck. Wow. Let's see. The fender flares don't seem very armored. I wish we could get a better view of this. But look at the front, look at the window. Big, thick, bulletproof glass there. Oh, look at that. Look at the treads. Look at how many bolts that is. I mean, even like 18-wheelers have like 12 lugs. This is a whole lot more. Pretty beefy. Ooh, these are Michelins, huh? Ooh, Michelin. You can always count on them to make custom tires. Very custom tires. Yeah, Michelin makes the wheels for the Bugattis. Yeah, they're the only ones willing to like do a special made 21.5-inch wheel. By the way, the feed is live. We're just waiting for it to start. So we are going to be watching a Trump speech right now from the Mack factory. That's what we're looking at right here. Let's see. Hello, Carrie. Good to see ya. Tribal Hello, Lisa. Good to see you. I've napped off by now, but not yet. Waiting on Trump. Yeah, campgrounds in no trouble. Hopefully, ever watch people drive through deep water in England's fords? Hilarious hydro lockers? What does that mean? 25 of them. Oh, there's 20. So you're saying there's 25 people in the House of Representatives that are going to vote. They're going to caucus with the Democrats to shut down the floor. Interesting. Let's see. Reps definitely need to get in lockstep. Hello, girl from Texas. Good to see you. Happy afternoon. Rewind for the news show if you'd like. We're waiting for Trump to pop in with the speech from the Mack truck factory. 10-wheel drive. Oh, you mean this truck right here? Well, there's two. There's two here, two here, and two here. So that's 12-wheel drive. Yeah, two. That's 6, and 2 and 6 on the other side. So 12-wheel drive. Yeah, you need a lot of traction if you're gonna be pulling military equipment. You know. Anyways, President Trump should put these people in prison for 10 years. Yeah, the pool slasher people. Yeah. Let's see. Anything new? Nope. No, we're now just waiting for this feed to start here. Macungie, Pennsylvania. Is it Macungie, Pennsylvania? It's where they're at. Oh, Rubio's. Oh, we got Rubio's full press gaggle. Let's do that. I don't think this is gonna start in the next 3 minutes, anyways. Oh, cool. Perfect. It's a 5-minute press gaggle with Rubio. The one we saw clips of earlier. Where this is the whole thing. So, here we go.
Hey, what's up?
On Iran, sir. Yesterday,
On
Iran, sir.
Okay.
Yesterday, the Iranians said that they had not agreed to the inspection by IAEA, contradicting what Vice President Vance said. What is your understanding of what was?
Well, we know what they agreed to. I don't know why they have to say the things they say. Whatever their internal or domestic politics is, I guess they'll navigate it. But we know what they agreed to do, and now they'll either do it or they won't. And if they do, the process moves forward, and if they don't, the president will have some decisions to make.
What assurance are you offering the partners about regional security?
Well, we have long-standing relationships and partnerships with the 3 countries I'm visiting, and we're here in the United Arab Emirates. I don't know of anyone who's been stronger with the United States over the last 6 months. They've been phenomenal. I mean, for a long time, but certainly over the last 6 months. So we have an ongoing partnership that has been building for over a decade now and continues to grow. So my sense is that we're going to continue on that path, obviously taking into account the new regional dynamics that are at play. But we're really here to hear from them more than we are to talk. We want to hear their thoughts, especially in the aftermath of this weekend in Switzerland, and make sure that their views are taken into account in every decision that we make, because they're our partners.
Are the Gulf allies on board with Iran peace framework?
Well, I think all of our allies are on board with peace. Obviously, it all depends on the details of that peace as we work through, but it's a work in progress. This is an issue that's been going on for 47 years. So the idea that somehow it's going to get solved in a day and a half, I don't think anyone's been selling that. I think there is a framework and an outline upon which we can make real progress. I think good groundwork was laid over the last 72 hours, but a lot of work remains to be done, and we want to hear from our partners. We want to make sure that their views are taken into account, and we understand their security concerns, their regional economic concerns as well. So it's natural for us to be here and talk to them, because this is a very important issue for them. They're right next to it.
Mr. Secretary, on the issue of the reconstruction fund for Iran, the Vice President and the President have both insisted the U.S. will not pay any money into that fund. Are you going to be asking Gulf allies here to consider helping with that?
No, that's far down the road. It's a part of what's discussed that could happen. If Iran makes a decision, if its leadership makes a decision that they want to be a country instead of a revolutionary movement that exports terror, they're going to have an opportunity to do incredible things in Iran. I'm not promising you that that's the choice they're going to make. I'm saying if that's the choice that they make, then there will be opportunities. And those opportunities could include investment, as you've seen other countries in this region benefit from investment, from foreign direct investment. It won't be our investment, it won't be our government money, but I think that is something that's going to have to depend on progress made on a host of other security issues that have to be confronted in the days to come.
Lebanese and Israeli officials are meeting in Washington as we speak.
Yeah.
Is it your position that that process should be separate from Iran peace deal?
Well, that process is separate. It's separate because Lebanon is a sovereign country. It has a government. And when it comes to Lebanon and what's happening inside of Lebanon, we're going to negotiate and deal directly with the Lebanese government. I spoke to President Ayoun along with the Vice President a few moments ago, spoke to him on Friday. Their people are there now on the ground directly. So the reason why that issue is over, now there's an Iranian issue with regards to Lebanon, and that is their support and sponsorship of Hezbollah. And so that factor will be discussed as part of our conversations with the Iranians. But as far as the future of Lebanon belongs to the Lebanese people through their sovereign elected government. And that's who we're going to be working with.
Just as the questions aren't being addressed in the MOU, how are you trying to ease concerns to allies here in the region?
Well, that most certainly will come up in these conversations. And there are items outside the MOU that are certainly going to be covered, but that's one that will have to be covered. It'll be discussed. I think a careful reading of the MOU will see that when you talk about, for example, a complete and end of hostilities in the entire region, well, that's not possible. You can't have the end of hostilities and conflicts in the region as long as Iranian proxies are launching missiles and drones from Iraq and are participating in terrorism like Hamas did and like Hezbollah did. So I do think it's covered by the MOU, and it is an issue that will be gotten to at the appropriate time in these negotiations.
Let me ask you about Hormuz, if possible. Can the U.S. and allies, can they guarantee navigation, freedom of navigation in the state?
Well, that's the law. It's an international waterway. No country is allowed to charge tolls or fees on an international waterway. That's existing international law. That's the way it is in international waterways all over the world, and that's the way we expect it'll be here. So I don't think we have anybody to convince around here in that regard. I think all the countries in this region would agree with us.
Cool. All right. So we're back to this. This is the live feed from the event at Makunji, PA. They are doing an event. A speaking event. Trump's going to be speaking very soon. Yep. Kudzu says, sadly, the smartest, most capable people avoid government jobs. Yeah, private sector always pays a lot more. The government job is so that you can get connections to take those connections into the private sector. So that's why you see so many like FDA people, moving on to big pharma, things like that. Just say it's the Strait of America and watch them lose it. Well, yeah, you should call it that. Call it the Strait of America. Ah. Yep. Anywho, yeah, we're just waiting right now. Waiting for the speech to start. Hello, Jillian, good to see ya. Rumble people. Hello, Rumble people. Boy, this sucks. They're late. They're 33 minutes late. Ooh, 33. The Elbow of America would be a great name for that. For the Strait. A new name for the Strait. Anywho, how's everyone doing? God, should we just skip this? Should we just watch this tomorrow after after the show? Who knows when they're gonna start this? There's a live feed already, but it's got music in it, so I'm like, I can't play that. Let's see. And we'll hang on for a little bit more. It should be a good speech because it's in the manufacturing area, Pennsylvania. A lot of neon vests. Stretchy. I forget where. Hold on. Primo Beef says, I forget where, but there was a list of all the reps that were joining Anna Luna yesterday. Let me look that up. U.S. reps shutting down the floor. Let's see. Yeah, I'm scrolling. Scrolling. That's her. So that's her post right there. And no list though. I see. I'd say it's pretty close to the list that held up Congress in order to try to get Jim Jordan in over Kevin McCarthy, but a lot of those guys are gone. Like Matt Gaetz is gone, right? Anywho, by the way, did you guys hear Brian Glenn? He remember how Brian Glenn was from RSBN, and then he went over to Newsmax, and then he was a White House correspondent, and then he's engaged to Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? And she's not cool with Trump anymore, right? He was still in a White House press pool in an Oval Office meeting, and he asked, he was called on, he wanted to ask a question. Trump called on him, and he still asked questions that were very nice and supportive. And Trump said something about it. Oh, I'm glad you're so nice to me. And then like he like I think the next day Brian Glenn resigned. Yeah. Okay, so she's gonna shut it down. She looks so good. Look at that. What is this one? Let's go look for that real quick. Oops, not that. Brian Glenn resigns. Let's see. This was the incident. This is literally the day before Brian Glenn resigned.
That's so good. I love this. He's a great guy. Even though I don't love his girlfriend too much, okay. I won't.
Oh, I'm gonna guess she made him quit. Yeah.
That's so good. I love this. He's a great guy. Even though I don't love his girlfriend too much, okay. I won't tell you who the girlfriend, but I like him, and I've always liked him. It's great that he hasn't changed. But Brian, I think here's the problem. It's not even imaginable to me why. And people are angry about it. I'm talking about Republicans are angry about it. The filibuster should be terminated. If the Democrats so good, I love.
Yeah, so that was that, and then he resigned like the next day. Someone actually interviewed him about that, and he had just like a brief thing to say. But yeah, he's no longer in the White House press pool. Yeah, that sucked. MTG made him quit that job, huh? Yeah, she probably beat him up if he didn't. Right? Because she's she's built like the Hulk, man. Quits? How about the word quits? Oh crap, it's misspelled here. Brian Glenn quits. I guess we're not gonna find it. It says here, Brian Glenn is now one of the most hated men in the world. I don't get it. That's last year. What did he say?
No one realized that a single remark from the reporter behind J.D. Vance could haunt him for the rest of his life. When Zelensky met with Trump, a reporter questioned why...
Oh, yeah, he asked about, well, why don't you wear a suit? That was great. How is he the most hated man for that? We love him for it. You guys are crazy. It's got to be a pro-Ukrainian person here. I thought it was hilarious. I mean, if you're gonna meet the president, like, freaking have some respect and wear a suit. There's only been two notable people who met Donald Trump and did not put on a suit. It was Zelensky and Tim Pool. Yeah, no respect at all from those guys. Let's see. Well, we're not gonna find a Brian Glenn one. Oh, yeah, that's the ship explosion, the spaceship explosion in Florida. Still waiting on this to start. Yeah. Meanwhile, I am scanning for. Oh, we got some new notifications. Let's see. Elon Musk says George Soros wants to end Western civilization. To be fair, he wants to end all civilization. You know, he's banned from China as well. You know, because the reason for this open society's foundation is so that they're easier to subvert. You can change countries to be what you want them to be by making them open, aka open-minded, aka gullible, aka manipulatable. What is this one? A group of Antifa terrorists were just sentenced to hundreds of years in prison for the wow, hundreds of years in prison for the attack on the ICE facility. Let's see, that's the deportation. ICE is here. What is this? Fraud. So we got deportation, ICE, fraud. There we go. Wow, hundreds of years, huh? Hundreds of years. Great googly moogly. The ringleader, Benjamin Song. Oh, the Asian dude. The Asian dude got 100 years. The others got as many as 70 to 50 years. Wow.
8 defendants convicted in the Prairieland ICE detention center attack case.
Oh, that guy. Wow, Benjamin Song. Wow, you are not going to do good in prison, buddy, with that long hair of yours. Holy shit. Wow.
8 defendants convicted in the Prairieland ICE detention center attack case will be sentenced today in federal court in Fort Worth. So far, only 3 have learned their fates. Benjamin Song was sentenced to 100 years in prison. Cameron Arnold and Zachary Evans were both sentenced to 50 years. It comes more than 3 months after a federal jury found the group guilty following a 12-day trial stemming from an incident last July 4th outside the detention center in Alvarado.
Ha! You're gonna get your ass exploded. Holy crap.
8 defendants were convicted of charges including rioting, providing material support to terrorists, and explosives-related offenses. Benjamin Song was...
See, this is why they call themselves anti-ICE activists now. They call themselves Antifa. They're branded as terrorists. They're officially terrorists. Yeah.
Also convicted of attempted murder in the shooting of an Alvarado police lieutenant.
Oh, that's right. A cop got shot. Did he die from that?
The others face possible sentences ranging from 10 years to life. 8 defendants...
What a bunch of fucking idiots, man. Idiots. I hope they keep doing it. I'd like to see more of them get locked up. You know? Less voters, less ballot harvesters. That sounds good to me. Oh, Portugal. Look at the score. Portugal's beating Uzbekistan 4-0. 78-minute mark. Ooh, Clarence Thomas's birthday today, guys. Look at that. Turned 78 today. Happy birthday to the greatest Supreme Court justice ever. I agree. Clarence Thomas is now the second longest serving SCOTUS in American history. This man embodies what it means to be a patriot on the bench. Good stuff.
Remember now, I'm 7 years old. My brother is 6. And he says to us, you are going to go to school every day. And if you are sick, you're still going. And if you die, you will go, I will take your body for 3 days to make sure you're not faking. And he meant it. I mean, the thing about it is, it's one thing if somebody says it and you think they're exaggerating. He wasn't that kind of guy. The Catholic schools were very orderly. My brother used to say, when you walked in there, you could hear a gnat tiptoeing across cotton. It was segregated. The nuns didn't much appreciate the fact that blacks were treated that way. They were mostly Irish nuns, and they were outspoken to, oh God, I love it. They were on our side from day one.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Oh, look at that. People were talking about the bubble, AI bubble. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, that SpaceX IPO, it's actually up a little today, surprisingly. A tad. It's like crab walking now. First day of crab walking. 2 days up, and then I think it did 4 days down consecutively. So now it's right back where it launched. It launched at IPO's 135, but it debuted at like 156 or something like that. Now it's like a 160 something. So let's scroll, see what we can find. An unexpected side effect in cannabis. Ooh, Epoch Health. Yeah, that's a great follower at the Epoch Times. Great dudes. Great gals. What's this? Oh, making gold jewelry, huh? That looks like copper underneath, but okay. What's going on here? Elon posted this. I don't know what this is. Yeah. I'm gonna guess that this is not in an Islamic country. Let's go see. Oh, that's Manchester. Wow, that's Manchester. Yeah, you guys have been conquered, man. The sooner the whites stop working, the sooner they'll leave. But you guys are providing them a GDP right now. And yeah. Turning a manhole cover into a planter. Oh, he just made a mold out of it. Got it. Okay, whatever. Oh, look at that. It's cutting food. What's that? What's he making? Oh, look at that. Edible squirrels. That sounds gross, huh? Oh, the bushy tail and everything. Oh, this is awesomer than I thought. Look at that. So here he is making the bushy tail thingy.
Meow.
You don't need the music. Look at that. Damn, I wish I was on camera recording this. This is pretty cool. That's fine. What else is there? Oh, look at that truck. Oh my god. What a nightmare of a park job that is. Holy crap, what's he doing? Come on, the other way, the other way. This is a rookie driver, isn't it? This is a rookie. The guy's like, all right, move out of your way, god damn it. Oh, he's trying to get out. Jeez. He's trying to get out and he can't get out. Got it. So they moved this blue truck, then they had to come move that one. But oh, there we go. We're starting soon. Give 1 second. Okay, any new notifications real quick? Okay, cool. That's it. Here we go. I'll chat with you guys for a little bit more. We need to Austin Powers Sparky. That is hilarious. Yeah, I gotta talk over the music, guys. I'm very sorry. Copyrights. Let's see how we're doing over here. Hello, Jillian. Good to see you here. She's just sent to CCOT. Forgot what we're talking about, but hello, Mary. Good to see you. Let's see. Whipped? I'm not sure what I mean. Forgot what we're talking about. Oh. Anyways, hello to people over on Pilled. Trick one says remove all Islamic in America. We don't want any. I agree. It's not a real religion. They say we have a freedom of a religion. It's not a religion, it's a cult. It's just made up. It's just like, oh, some guy predicted some stuff and we're going to worship him now. Like, that's not how it works, guy. We're not going to give you a tax exempt status just because you believe in something, okay? I'm not going to start worshiping some rabbit, some mysterious rabbit in my neighborhood and be like, oh, it's a religion. You need to give me tax exempt status, and then everyone just starts doing that. I mean, come on, you know? Yeah, anywho. Okay, give me a second. How we're looking. Oh, that game's almost over. It's got 5 minutes left. We got England versus Ghana in an hour. And we got Panama versus Croatia. I've been rooting for countries that are more cooperative with the Trump admin, which ironically is like none of the European countries. Yeah. Anywho, give me 1 second, guys. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's a good little doohickey there. That's a good idea. What is this? Cooking oil. That's weird. Okay, whatever. Okay, cool. Here we go, guys.
Hello, Pennsylvania. I won this place so much. We won. Well, I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible Commonwealth with the proud, hard-working patriots of Lehigh Valley. Lehigh Valley. And I'm also proud to say I won this state in a landslide. We won it by so much. And remember, I had the couple of little statements, too big to rig, make it too big to rig, because these people cheat like hell. They cheat like hell, but we won it by a lot, and maybe we should run again. Should we run one more time? I'd like to do that. I'd like to do it. But I got more votes than any candidate in the history of Pennsylvania. Can you believe that, Bo? You would have gotten more. And today I'm especially honored to be here in the place that builds some of the toughest vehicles on the road, Mack Trucks. Mack Trucks is doing a great job. We have all of the Mack people, the chairman. We have a whole group of here, all the leaders, the big guys. They're trying to get a contract for 15,000 trucks. 15,000. I said, that's a lot. I said, how many are you looking for? 10, 15? No, 15,000, sir. That's a lot of trucks. For more than 100 years, this legendary company has been making trucks right here in eastern Pennsylvania, building the heavy-duty machinery that keeps our economy rolling, our factories moving, and our industries roaring all across the nation. And you are the men and women who put your pride and spirit into those beautiful words, stamped on every Mack truck that said, made in the USA. It's made in the USA. And I want to especially thank the president of Mack Trucks, Stephen Roy, who I just met, who's a great guy, a great patriot, very Republican too, which I like. He's a very strong Republican. Stephen, where are you, Stephen? Stephen. We got to get a certain very talented congressman reelected. You know that. We got to get him. Where are you? Where are you, Mr. Congressman? We got to get you back in. Thank you, and thank you, Stephen. But a very special thanks to every single worker at this fantastic factory. The job you're doing here is incredible. And I know you're applying for a big one, and we'll see how that goes. We'll have to call up some people and see if it's good. If your price is right. Is your price right, Stephen? I don't know. Maybe we'll get it down a little bit. We'll get it down. 15,000 trucks. That's a lot of trucks. But that's what this is all about. It's greatness. You built this country, and you're the ones who are making America great again. We're the hottest country in the world. For decades, the workers of this Commonwealth watched globalist politicians let other countries rip you off and close your factories, rob your jobs, take them away to foreign lands. And then I came along. We stopped it very quickly. Then we had a rigged election, but they were so stupid they kept everything going a little bit for us. And what we've done in the last year and a half, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They put America first, they put China first, they put illegal aliens first and everybody else first, but you. But we put you first by a lot. But at long last, you finally have a president who is putting workers first, putting Pennsylvania first, and putting America first. We're doing that, and we're doing it like nobody's ever seen before. And starting on my first day back in office, and this goes all the way back to 2016, too, but right from a year and a half ago, nobody's ever seen anything like this. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world by a lot. But I stood up to the trade cheaters. They're cheaters and abusers and violators of the world like no president has ever stood up before. And now I'm standing up again because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, if that's okay. And we're doing quite well. I placed 50% tariffs on foreign copper, aluminum, and steel so they couldn't come in and steal your jobs. And sometimes even more than 100% tariffs. They weren't going to come in from foreign lands and steal your jobs. If they wanted to come in, they pay 100%, they pay 200%, they pay I don't care what it is. They're not going to steal your jobs, okay? And they stop. And right now we have more factories being built, and I mean car factories, AI factories, factories of every type that we've ever had in the history of our country by 3 times. That's because they didn't want to pay the tariff. How don't you pay a tariff? You build your factory here and you hire American workers. It's quite simple, actually. But as you know, I placed a 25% tariff on foreign automobiles, and very importantly, I posed a 25% tariff on medium and heavy-duty trucks so that Mack Truck could do very well with its factory in Pennsylvania. But all American roads will be filled with American trucks very shortly. Very few people are able to compete with us anymore. They used to rip us off. It was like we were a bunch of babies. American labor worked with us, too. I just met the head of your unions, and they've been terrific. They work with us, and they're fair. They treated us good. Maybe we can negotiate a little bit tougher. Where the hell are the union guys? Those guys are great. They're great. There they are. I want to just say hello. We gotta make sure you vote for our congressman here. I'm not doing this for my health. Right? Muser. We even have Muser here. That's right. Within a single year of taking office, I slashed trade deficit with China by the largest amount in the history of trade. And we, by the way, have the biggest trade deficit cut in the history of our country, 67%. Think of this. We had a trade deficit. We cut our trade deficit. If you're a president and you cut it by 1%, they say, oh, you're doing a great job. 2%, you're a genius. I cut it by 67%. That's why you have all of these factories being built. And they'll soon be opening. They're already opening. But when those factories are opening, I don't know what you're going to do. You're going to negotiate very good salaries, that I can tell you, because they need you. In many ways, they need you more than you need them. American exports to the rest of the world are up by $150 billion. You hear that, Bo? It's not bad. You got to wrestle a long way to make that. Bo is going to have to win a lot of tournaments to have to make that money. Think of it, $150 billion up. We never had that. We always have losses. We take in much more than we send out. Now we're up $150 billion, and that's nothing, because when all these factories are opening up, Mr. Senator, another great one, what a great senator you have. Did you fight hard? David, did you fight hard? He was with me at, I think, every stop. I said, where the hell is David? He's right there, sir. And he's working hard, and he's a great guy, and he's working very hard for you. But a short time ago, we were a dead country. We were laughed at all over the world. We were a dead country. People were laughing. They were saying, what the hell happened to that country? The king of Saudi Arabia said it 2 years ago. I was over there. He said, you know, sir, 2 years ago, you were a dead country, and now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. And we're hotter now than we were then. He then proceeded to announce that he's investing $2 trillion in our country, along with Qatar, along with UAE. Bahrain is investing, Kuwait's investing, but countries from all over the world, they're all investing in the United States. 2 years ago, they wouldn't even think of it. They thought we were finished. When I went to China 2 weeks ago, I met with President Xi, and we greeted each other, and he looked at me and said, "Man, do you move fast." Because they thought they had us, but now it's really the opposite. We are doing numbers that nobody's ever seen before, so it's great. It's great. We had a great meeting. But as you know, we just achieved a historic peace agreement with Iran to end the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz. And by the way, yesterday, 19 million barrels of oil flowed out of the Strait of Hormuz, a very beautiful place. That's the most oil in the history of the Strait. No, it's never been any, you've never seen anything like that. It's called an oil gusher. And most importantly, we are ensuring one thing very importantly, because this is why I did it. I did it for this reason, 99% for this. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and they've agreed to that. But remember, this wasn't easy. We had 47 years worth of presidents and other people, other countries too. We're not the only one that never did anything. They were the bully of the Middle East. And now we're leaving Iran with no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft, no missile capability, no nuclear program. We're leaving them without any nuclear capacity, and they've agreed to that. And we're getting along quite well, although if you read the fake news, you never know. Think of it, the fake news, they have no army, they have no navy, they have no air force, they have no anti-aircraft. We can fly over Tehran just at will, nobody going to do anything to us. And then I read the fake news that they're doing quite well. They're not doing quite well. These people right there, look at all of them. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a lot of press. That's almost as much press as Bo had at the White House last week when he knocked out his opponent in the first round. Right? I think you had more. Bo had more press. But the Iran economy has been crushed, and their defense industrial base has been damaged so severely that it'll take them many years to rebuild, many, many years. And now we're trying to work out a deal that's fair. And we also want to work out a deal. You know, the stock market hit a new high today again. And oil, for the first time in months, hit, think of it, $70 a barrel. So we got it 70. That equates to a very low price. That oil is going to come charging down. And with oil comes everything else. Because I inherited from these Democrats. You know, they're Democrats. I changed the E for a U. It's very simple, Democrats. I don't know why I didn't think of that 9 years ago. I just thought of it about a month ago. They're Democrats because their policies are so dumb. Men and women's sports. You know, Bo is with one of the great champions, Tony. Tony, could you have taken most women in the heavyweight championship? He was the heavyweight champion of the world. Do you think you would have had trouble with a woman of approximately your size? Be hard to find a woman of your size, but if we did, I think you would have been okay. What do you think, Bo? Could he have handled it? I think so. What about you, Bo? Could you handle a woman of approximately your, 182 or something? Think there's a 182-pounder that could give you a little tussle? I don't think so. I don't think so. He's such a nice guy. Say, no, not really. I don't think so. When she looked at those ears of Bo, when she looked at those ears, she'll say, I'll take a pass. She'll say, I'm not going to fight that guy. The average price of gasoline nationwide is down 60 cents a gallon just from a short while ago. And remember this. We had to make this detour. We had to go to Iran. You can't let them blow up the Middle East and then us, if that's possible. We would have gotten them before. But They would have blown up Israel. They would have blown up the entire Middle East. Can't let that. You want to see a bad economy? That's a bad economy. So, but remember that our oil in the middle of this conflict was less than it was for Sleepy Joe Biden. And we're putting out a fire. Biden, Clinton, Bush, all of them. Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Have you heard of Barack Hussein Obama? None of them did anything. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in green cash. Remember, on a 747, they flew over piles of cash. $1.7 billion. Gave them hundreds of billions of dollars and thought they could bribe them into peace. No, the only thing they understand is what these guys in the front row understand is the hammer. Because if you look at what we did to their nuclear capacity with those beautiful B-2 bombers, that was truly a hammer. In fact, we named it a hammer, Operation Hammer. But our economy is ready to soar to levels the world has not seen before. I believe that, David. I think it's going to levels that nobody's ever seen before. All these factories are being built, and they're going to be occupied, and they're hiring people now. And it's going to be something very beautiful. I don't know who's going to follow me, but remember that I was the one that did it, okay? Somebody's going to walk into office, and they're going to have the most successful country in history, and they're going to be bragging what a great job they did. Now, we did it. In 4 long years of the crooked Joe Biden administration, they got less than $1 trillion of new investments. So think of it, Crooked Joe. What do you like better, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Ready? Sleepy Joe. Crooked Joe. I'm surprised. I like Sleepy Joe better, but Crooked Joe. They're both good. I use them both. But in less than 1 year, so they did much less than $1 trillion of investment from outside the world. Much less than $1 trillion. We just have the final. We had 11 months at 18, but we just got the final. $19.1 trillion in 12 months. Can you believe it? Investment from all over the globe. And since the election, the stock market has set 73 all-time records. In other words, yeah, sit down. We've got plenty of time here. It's an honor that you're all standing. Oh, look who we have, the Wall. Stand up, Wall. Look at this guy. Oh, I'm going to get a suit just like that guy. I'll bet he's been to 200 rallies. Him and, where are my guys? Oh, look at my guys, front row Joes. I got these front row Joes. And where are the women from North Carolina? They're here. They travel all over the world. I don't know what the hell's with their husbands. These beautiful women from North Carolina. They travel all over. They went to 200 rallies. How many rallies have Front Row Joe's gone to? Hundreds. Everyone. And then it was very sad. My last rally, I said, I may never see you again, right? And then we won the election in a landslide. And who the hell do I see? I see my Front Row Joes. So I'm happy about that. Thank you. What a group. We had some group. We'd be all over the place. And when they didn't make the front row, it was very demeaning to them. They were not happy, right? But the front row, they became actually very famous, Front Row Joes. And the typical 401k, as you know, is up almost $30,000 in, it was 12 months, it was 13 months. It's up 44%. Think of that, up 44%. Because, you know, as goes the stock market, so goes a lot of your own wealth. And I tell about this police officer. I met a police officer first time, similar thing, but now the numbers are even more. I was in New York. I met a great police officer, New York finest. And he said, sir, I want to thank you. I said, for what? He said, my wife didn't think much of me very much. We were having marital difficulty, actually. She thought I was nothing. I'm a police officer. I'm a tough guy. I looked at him. The muscles were all over the place. He didn't suffer from that. But she thought maybe that muscle wasn't so good because he was always losing money in the stock market. And he said, sir, in the last year and a half, my 401k is up 74%, sir. And she thinks I'm Warren Buffett. She thinks I'm a super genius. I said, how are you getting along with her? He said, well, I'm not so sure I like her anymore, but I won't tell you that. I refuse to say that. He's getting along just fine. But a lot of people have come up to me, David, and they thanked us. 401ks, you know, the stock market. Who has a 401k here? Yeah, look, a lot of people. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country, and we've created over 32, think of this, 32,000 new jobs just starting in Pennsylvania alone. David, you have to get credit for that. And in the last few months alone, we've added 2,600 Pennsylvania manufacturing jobs, and that number is going to go much, much higher as the factories start to open. Because right here in Lehigh Valley, Eli Lilly has just announced, great company, by the way, drug company, a $3.5 billion investment in a brand new state-of-the-art manufacturing facility right down the road. That's going to create over 1,000 jobs, just that one. Nokia is investing $30 million to expand its semiconductor testing and packaging operations, thousands of jobs. And B. Braun has announced a $20 million expansion of its medical device manufacturing operation in Allentown. I love Allentown. I love any place that votes for me, which is the entire state of Pennsylvania. The entire Commonwealth. Never make the mistake of using the word state. Well, I'm not sure that people care, but the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania voted for us at levels that nobody's ever seen before, David, and you too. And we're proud of you because you had guts. This man had guts. He lost one time to a tough candidate. Then he did it again to a tougher candidate. And I tell him, if he didn't win, his wife, who's a beautiful woman, would have left him. I'm telling you. Dina, she would have left him. So he had great courage doing it a second time. He was a very successful guy. He ran. Stand up, David. She would have left. I was so worried because he's a friend of mine, and that was a tough race. You know, he was running against a guy 24 years, and his father was in for like 30 years. That's a long time, and he had to beat him knowing the pressure. That's called pressure. Knowing his wife was gone if he didn't make it. She was gone 100%. But he's married actually to a terrific woman. She probably would have stayed. I'm not 100% sure. And last year I saved a great American company, U.S. Steel, and we're keeping its headquarters in Pennsylvania where it belongs. And $17 billion has been invested by a great company in saving U.S. Steel. They were gone. I think they were closed up and they were ready to go. And now they're building factories like nobody's ever seen. They're expanding the operations and building a couple of brand new steel plants. They're up to over $17 billion, which is a lot more than they even told us. Because they've fallen in love with this Commonwealth. They've fallen in love with your whole area, the people. I think they've fallen in love with the people more than anything else is what they told me, because they've done more than they said they would. And thanks to our great Republican majorities in Congress last 4th of July, I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history. We gave you the biggest tax cuts in American history. Not bad. Not bad. We delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great Pennsylvania seniors. No tax. And our tax cuts are projected to boost take-home pay for Pennsylvanians by an average of more than $10,000 a year per household. Think of it. Not bad. That alone should win us the midterms. We got to win the Muser. We got to win the midterms. Muser's another great guy. Stand up, Muser. Been with me forever. He was thinking about running for governor. I think he would have won, but he was thinking about running for governor. And I said, I want you to stay in Congress. I want you to stay. And we appreciate it. You've done a great job. But always remember, every single Democrat in Congress voted against our tax cuts. So think of it. All of those tax cuts and many more, they want to raise your taxes, not lower them. They voted against tax cuts. You know, all my life, I sort of been political in that I found it very interesting. I was a very successful real estate person, but I love watching politics. And my whole life I've watched politicians say, we will cut your taxes, we will cut. I never heard these people say, we will raise your taxes. This country has gotten very strange politically. especially with all the communists that are up for election. You know, you have communists. These aren't socialists. These are communists. And they're all up. How about the guy in Maine? He's got the Nazi stickers. He's got the whole deal, and they're trying to say so for 8 years, 10 years, they said Trump is a Nazi. Now they can't say that anymore because they have a guy with a tattoo on his chest. It's unbelievable. But they voted against no tax on Social Security. They voted against no tax on tips. They voted against no tax on overtime. And if they got into office, you will have all of those taxes and all of that money that you're saving, including the big savings on Social Security. It's going to all be terminated. You're going to have to start paying it. They want to pay it. I don't know what's wrong with these people. They voted in favor of the estate tax or the death tax on your farms and your businesses. You know, farmers and small business people, they love their children. If they love them, it's great. Most of the people love them. Some can't stand. I know people that can't stand their kids. They're not going to leave them 10 cents. But if you love your child, you want to leave your farm, especially from these farmers, it's born in them somehow. They want to have their children on the farm. The children don't want to leave, but sometimes they're land rich and cash poor. You know, I've known that expression too. I've oftentimes been land rich and cash poor. It's not a good period of time. And you die and you have an estate and they tax you at 40, 50, 60%. And they end up losing their farm, losing their small business. And in many cases, you don't read about this, they commit suicide. They actually go out and commit suicide because they're forced off their farm by a bank. They have to go out and borrow money from a bank. And they're forced to go out, borrow the money. They're unable to pay the loan, and the bank, even if it's a nice bank, they give them a chance, they give them another chance, and then they ultimately foreclose, they lose everything, and in many cases, they commit suicide. And I said, we're not going to have that crap go on. So you have no estate tax to pay on your small farm, small business, on your farms, your businesses, and you can, if you love your children, you can leave your farm or your small business to your child, and they're not going to lose it. If you don't love your children, then don't listen to what I'm saying because it doesn't matter. If you don't like them, don't leave them anything. The hell with them. They probably deserve it. But think of it. The Democrats voted against the border wall. The border wall gave us the safest border. We have the safest border now in the history of the country. They voted against voter ID. You know why they voted against voter ID? Because they want to cheat. There's only one reason, Mr. Wall, right? Correct. Where do I get that suit? One day, I don't know if it's very presidential. I'm going to walk up in a suit with the design of the wall on it. I don't know. What do you think? I already have a lot. You know, I have a very elegant wife, and she says, darling, please, don't dance. It's not presidential. I said, but the people love it when I dance at them. And she said, please, the men and women's sports, please don't do the weightlifting thing. And don't do the swimming thing. You know, the weightlifter where he goes up and the record stood for years and years. And this young lady, she's trying out for the Olympics and she's going to do it. And the record stood for 19 years, and they put an eighth of an ounce on one side, an eighth of an ounce on the other. They have to understand, Melania, who's now a movie star, she got the #1. Can you believe she hit big with a boom? That's not good. There can only be one star in a family. Please remember that. But they put a little eighth, like a feather on one side, a little bit, just to break the record. The parents are sitting right there where Big Bo is. He's a nasty guy, that punch he threw. Got to be very nice to Bo. I got to be very nice. Got to make sure he's never angry at me. But she said her parents are right there in the front, and they're so proud. The father's not so proud because he knows she's not going to do it. Because she's a woman. It's a lot of weight. The mother, though, is screaming, darling, I love you. Do it. And she gets over the weights, and she stands there. And then she gets him, and she gets him. And the mother's screaming, darling, I love you, darling. And the father's looking, saying she has no chance. And she's like this, you see, drops him. And she's like devastated for the rest of her life. And then a guy comes along who transitioned. That's the term. I've gotten very good at that term. I used to take a lot of heat for my definition of the movement over. But he transitioned. He was a poor, very poor, bottom of the line, male weightlifter. But now he's a female weightlifter. And he looked at the amount. I think it was like 210 pounds or something like that. But that's a lot for a woman, but not that much for a man. You could do it with one hand. And he goes, looks down at the weight. I think he did a few things for emphasis. And he won the medal. And everyone said, oh, isn't that wonderful? Are we crazy? Men should not be able to participate in women's sports. Right? That's a 99% issue. Do you ever hear the fake news? They say, that's an 80-20 issue. No, it's not. It's 99-1. You know, I've been doing politics now for 10 years. Not that long, considering I've won 3 elections, you know, so but we did great in the second one. It was a rigged deal. But pretty short. But with all of that, and all of the time I spend speaking to people, they say, sir, could you cut taxes on this? Could you get me a tax deduction on a car loan? I did that. By the way, I did that. If you borrow money to buy a car, you get to do all these things. They ask me for hundreds of things. Not once did anyone ever come up to me and say, sir, please, this is so vital. You have to be able to have men play in women's sports. Please, sir, could you pull that off? I've never had anyone ask me for that. So I say it's a 99-1 issue, not 80-20. The fake news back there, they say, oh, that's a tight issue. But I don't like talking about it because I want them to continue on with that. I want them to continue on with they're in favor of the mutilization of your child for transgender purposes, the mutilization of your child. And I would say politically, it's a very good thing to run against a person that's in favor of that kind of stuff. So we let them, we don't bring it up during off-political seasons, but we have a political season coming up. And they'll be doing all of that nonsense, and they're going to lose a lot of elections. And now, if you look at New York, we have all communists running. They're all excited. They're going to win their primaries, but I can't imagine they can beat a normal Republican. So I think it's a good thing, Musa. What do you think? I think it's a good thing. Wouldn't you like to run against somebody like that? Well, Shapiro's not that much better, to be honest with you, but I won't say. They're all being forced. They're all being forced. A guy like Shapiro, he's going to be forced to the left. Otherwise, he's not going to get the nomination. But they voted against proof of citizenship. Think of it. We'd like to have proof of citizenship. You walk into the voting booth. Would it be okay, sir, if I looked at your citizenship? How dare you ask me for my citizenship? You know, in California, if you ask that question to a voter, you are criminally liable. In other words, they can put you in jail. If you say, sir, do you have proof of citizenship? They put you in jail if they ask that question. You're not allowed to ask that. Did you know that? It's the craziest thing I've ever seen going on. Hey, did they screw the kid, Pratt? Boy, he's leading, and all of a sudden he's lost. And it was sort of interesting. The election, you ever see an election where they're 2.5 weeks in? An election that takes weeks to count the votes? But after the evening, it looked like he was going to win or certainly be in the runoff. And then I started hearing rumors as the days went by, days and days went by, that Pratt is fading. He's fading. I said, they rigged the election. And then lo and behold, he didn't qualify, even though he was so far up in the third place person that it was almost impossible, and he didn't qualify. And then it started happening with the next candidate, Steve Hilton, who's running for governor. He was up in front, just about leading, no problem. And all of a sudden, about 4 or 5 days after, this is after the election's over, they said, Steve Hilton is starting to lose votes. I said, here we go again. And I called up the U.S. Attorney in California. They said, we're going to have a number in the next week. Next week. I called up the very powerful, very good U.S. Attorney in California, and I said, do me a favor. Take a look. They're trying to steal that election, too. I guess they called up. They said, this is the U.S. Attorney call. We have your great U.S. Attorney here today, by the way, and your assistant U.S. Attorney. They're doing great. David, thank you. But so over the next week, he was definitely going to lose, but the U.S. Attorney called. We want to check your votes. About an hour after the call, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hilton has won. So had I not made that call, Steve Hilton would right now be watching the election from home. So I don't know, he would have a great chance, but the election's totally rigged. California's totally rigged. All mail-in ballots. It's a disgrace. We got to pass the Save America Act, okay? Got to pass. You got to pass Save America, you, McGee. Look at these guys. What love. A friend of mine is a very big real estate developer, but he's got a problem with speaking in front of crowds. He chokes, he chokes like a dog. He said, how do you do it? I say, it's easy because there's so much love in the room. There's so much unbelievable love. It's easy to do, No, he's got this tremendous fear of speaking. He said, the guy's a major player. Most of you have heard of him. And he's a killer. He destroys people for a living. Financially, not physically, just financially. Physically, he can barely walk. He's a basket case. But he's up here. He's very smart. And he destroys people. He's very rich. But he can't get up in front of a crowd and talk. I said, what's wrong with you? He said, I don't know. I have a fear of crowds. Do you believe it? All sorts of people. A lot of people want to do what I did. A lot of people, well, David did it. David was very successful, but he's a great speaker. But a lot of people, they say, well, Trump became president from being a very successful businessman. He became president. I want to do it too. And that's when they find out that they might have the flaw of speaking, or even worse, is a terrible past. The past will come out to haunt you. It's not an easy thing to do, but I love it. I say it's real easy to do when you have people that love you. I guarantee, who here voted for Trump? Who didn't? Well, this is dangerous, so don't raise your hand. Think you're going to be cute, because you might be in big problem. Then they'll blame me for causing problems. Who did not vote for Trump? Young man, he wants to be. He's a young man. He thinks he's being cute. As he gets pounded on. Now he just said, no, I did. I was the first. He said, I'm the first to elect. But the Democrats voted in favor of Iran having a nuclear weapon, and they voted against military spending, but I overrode that. Let me tell you, if the Democrats get in, your 15,000 trucks that Mr. Roy is looking to get are dead. They're not going to have 15,000. They're not going to have 15 trucks. They'll be back to the number I originally guessed, right? How many are you making, 15? 15,000 trucks will be down to nothing, zero. And they'll make you put electric on it, electric, so that when you're in the middle of a jungle someplace and you need a charge, where's my charging booth? As opposed to carrying a nice tank of diesel on your back, throwing it in and taking off, right? Where's my charging booth, they'll be saying. They created we created the strongest military in history, and you see that with Venezuela, one-day operation, great. Good army. And now we're making a lot of money with Venezuela, and Venezuela's doing great also. It's a happy country now. But it took us exactly 48 minutes to win that war. We have the greatest military in the world, 48 minutes. And we've paid for the cost of the war, where do you hear this? 28 times already. More, but 28 times. So the cost of the war, we've already, because we brought millions of barrels of oil out, and we're getting along great. The people running it, they're our people, they're great people, and the people are happy in the country. They have smiles. They were miserable. They were starving, but they have a lot of oil under that ground. You know how you find oil in Venezuela? Just look at the ground. You'll see oil bubbling up. They have so much oil. They don't know what to do with it, but they had a bad system. They're making more money now for the country than they've ever made before, and we're making a lot of money too. But also Iran, we knocked them out. 1 week, it was essentially militarily over. Much bigger country, 91 million people, and much different ideology. The ideology of the Muslims is slightly different than the ideology of the Catholics. We have the Catholics and the Muslims, slightly different. But Venezuela's been great, and Iran's been great. I mean, if Iran's reasonable, if they're smart, Otherwise, we'll have to finish the job, which will take about maybe less than a week. But they're going to be okay, I think. They're going to do what they have to do because we want to have it done. But they voted against lower energy prices, the Democrats did, and then they went on to create the highest energy prices that we've ever had in the history of our country. People don't realize that. Much higher than ours during a war. They had the highest inflation in history. The highest inflation in history. They say 48 years, but that's sort of history as far as I'm concerned. And they were absolutely terrible on affordability. Remember, I got here, my first day, the fake news is screaming at me, what about affordability? I'm only here one day. Remember, eggs were up about 5 times higher than they ever were. And we have prices are coming down right now at levels that you've never seen. And now with oil crashing, you're going to see something really amazing. And to top everything else, they let 25 million people into our country, many of them criminals and thugs and people from mental institutions and drug dealers. They even let 11,888 murderers into our country. Murderers, 11,888, more than 50% of which have killed more than one person. And I've gotten the worst of them out. We've gotten them out, Tom Homan and our whole group of people. But the Democrats want open borders, and they want them all to come back in. You can imagine that. The people of this Commonwealth will never let that happen again. What they allowed to happen to our country, we can never allow to happen again. As an example, the war with Russia and Ukraine would have never, ever started if I were president. We can never let elections get rigged again. But we're pleased to be joined today by one of those Pennsylvanians who's benefiting from the historic tax cuts, Sergeant Sam Elias, with the Bethlehem Police Department, who's a great guy. Ooh, they know him. Sam works the night patrol so that he can help his wife take care of their 6 beautiful children during the day. And I'm told their youngest is named Melania. Can you believe that? They named Melania. Where did you come up with that one? After our great First Lady. So Sam is taking home thousands of dollars extra because of no tax on overtime. And Sam, do you want to come up and say a few words? Come on up. Come on up, Sam.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to express my appreciation to President Trump, Congressman Ryan McKenzie, and the entire White House administration. As a father of 6 children in a single-income household, I can tell you the Working Families Tax Cuts is a policy that helps my family. Hard work should pay off, not get punished with higher taxes. No tax on overtime, no tax on tips means more money in the pockets of working Americans. For my family, these savings have translated to what was once a day trip to the park, is now an overnight stay at the Jersey Shore. Bigger tax returns have allowed Americans to create new family memories and save for future projects. As the President said, I also work night shift as a police sergeant in the fine city of Bethlehem. Thank you. A shortage in police recruitment has left our department depleted of officers. Our officers get called out for overtime to cover these shortages. Some pay periods, officers are working over 40 hours of overtime. That's why I'm grateful for no tax on overtime. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm also thankful for the support President Trump and Congressman McKenzie have shown for law enforcement. You understand that communities thrive when we invest in public safety. Congressman McKenzie has stood strong with public safety and working families. And that's why he's been endorsed by the brothers and sisters of Bethlehem FOP Star Lodge 20. Congressman McKenzie has been on the front lines in supporting public safety. He secured $700,000 for the Bethlehem Police Department for much-needed technology and equipment upgrades at our police department, along with bringing home $1.6 million in funding for volunteer firehouses and infrastructure. Thank you, Congressman. I'm a very grateful American, a son to Lebanese immigrants who came to the United States 50 years ago in pursuit of the American dream. My 80-year-old father is here with me today. He would often tell me, work hard and it'll pay off. Well, 50 years later, thanks to President Trump and Congressman McKenzie, my father's dream has come true. I thank you for that. Thank you. Additionally, thank you to President Trump and your entire administration. After more than 50 years, the Lebanese people finally have an American ally who advocates for a sovereign and independent Lebanon governed by the Lebanese people. Thank you for that. Mr. President, you have the support of almost 20 million Lebanese people worldwide. Leadership is more than a title, it's action. I'm grateful for the actions coming from President Trump and Congressman Ryan McKenzie. Your actions have prioritized the American dream. Less taxes, safer communities, and America First policies. I thank you, President Trump. Happy belated birthday, and happy birthday to the United States of America. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. You know, I just looked at all these pages. I said, oh, we're in trouble. But you know what? That was good. That was a good job. I was a little worried when I saw the pages after page. Very good. Great job. Sam, where's your father? Hello, Pop. How are you? Got a good boy. Got a good boy. Yeah, taking care of your people. So our administration is also delivering one historic win after another for another group that works a lot of overtime, and that's our great auto workers. We have a lot of auto workers in here today. But just as I promised, the UAW workers, and we did great with them, you know, Republicans, I don't know, for whatever reason, they don't do like I do. But in the campaign, I ended Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate, that crazy mandate, which meant that in a short while, all cars had to be all electric, and many of them would be built in China and others in foreign countries all over the world. That's what was going to happen, and I stopped that. I ended it in my first week in office. I ran on it. And you know what? If you like electric cars, I think that's great. I wouldn't say Elon was thrilled with what I did, but he understood that. But if you like electric cars, I think it's great, but you have to have the right to buy a regular, I mean, we have more gasoline than any country anywhere in the world if you want to have gas. If you want to have a hybrid, you can have whatever the hell you want, including electric. But I terminated Biden's disastrous fuel emission standards that would have crushed Mack trucks. Mr. Roy, your company would be crushed if I didn't do that. You wouldn't be bidding on anything, neither would anybody else. It was the most insane environmental regulations ever conceived of by man. It was totally unreasonable and ridiculous. And you can sell trucks for much less money that are now much better trucks that work, that actually work. And we made interest on auto loans, fully tax deductible, but only if you buy a car that is made in the USA. Otherwise, we're not interested. Otherwise, we're not interested. And I saved the auto manufacturing business in America. We have more auto plants being built today than we've had in 60 years, and I think maybe ever.
and bigger and better. They had a big one in a certain state that I love also. I love a lot of places. And they took out this old plant, but it was big. And I said, did you redo it yet? They said, we're not redoing it. We're ripping down and building a brand new one, a beauty. You know the one I'm talking about, David. But we're pleased to be joined today by Pat McHugh, a Marine Corps veteran, a great guy, who spent 28 years with Mack Trucks. And he leads the cab assembly and serves as new product line launch leader. It's a big deal. And Pat's grandfather worked here, his dad worked here, and now his son is working here and doing well. And they know how important it is to keep manufacturing jobs in Pennsylvania. Pat, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wow. Good afternoon, Mr. President. It is a profound honor and privilege to have you here with us today to help celebrate the upcoming 250th birthday of our America. And most recently, our 125th anniversary of building Mack trucks. My name is Patrick McHugh Jr., and I am a proud Marine Corps veteran. In addition to that, though, I am an even prouder Mack Truck employee. Standing here with me today is my father and my son, both Mack Truck workers. Together, they have a combined 78 years working experience building the greatest trucks on earth. You can say Mack Trucks runs in our blood. At Mack Trucks, we work hard to build the trucks that help build America. And we are proud that those trucks are built in the United States of America. Along with our UAW colleagues. We're open for business, and we're producing the best quality trucks we ever have. On behalf of our entire team, we warmly welcome you to our plant, Mr. President, home of the finest trucks in America, built by the most skilled and dedicated workforce in the trucking industry. So, Mr. President, I want to say thank you for choosing to highlight Mack Trucks on your visit today, and thank you for supporting our American workforce.
Well, thank you, Pat. That's a good family. That's a great family. Great people. They're proud of your company. I want to also thank two people, very special people, because I know them and I know what they do, and it's not easy, but they've done a great job. David Durgan and Timothy Herzog of the UAW committee. Where are you guys? Thank you. They do a good job representing you. Ease up just a little bit so they can get the contract, okay? Just a little bit. Thank you, fellas. Get this congressman elected. That's what you got to do. But we're pleased to be joined also by Labor Secretary Keith Sonderling. Keith, where are you, Keith? Where's Keith? Hi, Keith. Good job. Is he treating you guys good? Is he all right? He better treat you good. a very special guy, somebody that everybody wanted. I have to tell you, everybody wanted him. He's some person, he was actually an astronaut. He went out, he made a lot of money because he's smart, and he's now the NASA administrator. You saw that rocket 2 months ago up and go around the moon in record levels, the furthest any ship has ever flown, and come back, and he's working very heavily on the moon, but what he's done with NASA is amazing, and he's a very special person and a brilliant one. Jared Isaacman. Jared, thank you. Great job. As well as, I introduced him a little bit only by the name David, because he knows me, and I know him by David. But David McCormick is your senator, and he's a brilliant person, brilliant businessman. And he loves the Commonwealth. He loves Pennsylvania, and this is where he wanted to be. And he had I told you, he had a rough fight. This is a rough beating, like 24 years, and a father for 24 years. I don't know. I said, I don't know. You sure you know what you're doing, David? But you won, and you won easily. And I'll tell you what, you have a great senator, one of the best in the country. So I just want to thank you very much, David. Thank you. And 4 warriors for Pennsylvania in Congress. These are warriors. Lloyd Smucker is here. Lloyd, thank you. Thank you. John Joyce is here. John, thank you. Dan Muser is here. Thank you. And these guys are all in good shape, but we got to get Ryan McKenzie elected. We got to get Ryan. I'm not here for them. I'm here for him. We got to get Ryan elected. Run up here, Ryan, fast. Nobody wants to hear you. Come on, just run up. Nobody wants to hear you, Ryan. Do what David did. He'd go up for 1 minute. Thank you very much, everybody. It's nice to be here. And everybody thought he was the greatest speaker. Right? Okay. Say a few words. Absolutely.
Well, Mr. President, I can't thank you enough for coming here to the Lehigh Valley, highlighting the great men and women of Mack Trucks, doing all the work that you do in Washington, D.C. for our veterans, our first responders, and everybody across this country to continue to maintain America as the greatest country in the world. You are the president that is fighting for all Americans. Thank you for being here, sir. Thank you, sir. Great job. Thank you for being here.
That's great. Wow, that's great. He learned something from you, David, huh? That's great. We also have one of the greatest writers anywhere in the country who knows more about the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I think, than anybody. She's a terrific person. Right from the beginning, she said Trump is going to win, therefore I like her. She said Trump is going to win in 2015. In fact, she wrote an article in 2014. She said this guy Trump should run. I hadn't thought too much about it. I was having a lot of fun putting up buildings. But she was very early on, and I really mean, I don't think there's anybody that knows more about, they used to call it the Rust Belt. I call it the Money Belt now. It's gone from the Rust Belt to the Money Belt. Either one is okay, but there's nobody that knows more about it than Selena Zito. She's fantastic. Where are you, Selena? Where are you, Selena, with your beautiful daughter? Thank you, Selena. Selena's an incredible woman, and her daughter is following in her footsteps. She's just been so good. Very powerful writer, actually. Some of the biggest papers in the world. It's nice to have good stories on occasion, truthful stories. Thanks as well to the president of the NRA who's here with me, Bill Bockenberg. Bill, stand up. And they always give me their endorsement because I saved the Second Amendment, and you think it's easy. On occasion, it was not easy, right, Bill? But we did it. We did it with your help. And we're doing a couple of other things, working with you and your people. But I think you've done a fantastic job. The NRA, everybody, they really have been. They've been with me right from the beginning.
And Bill asked me, would I support the national right to carry legislation? How do you feel about national right to carry? That's my free poll. You know what that is? That's a free poll. I don't have to pay $300,000 to somebody that doesn't even do polling, you know, to give you phony numbers. See, those are real numbers. National right to carry. Yeah, we're working on it. And we have a very special guest who you just saw on the highest rated fight show ever in the history of television, the UFC Freedom 250. So this guy, well, I just have to set it up a little bit if I don't mind. Because I'm thinking, you know, I'm a similar size. I weigh more than he does, actually. So therefore, I have a tremendous physical advantage over him. His muscles are slightly harder and slightly younger. He's a lot younger. But I think I can do it because I'm a great athlete. He knows I'm a very good golfer. And I'm much better off on the golf course against him than I'm with the wrestling, man. But he went virtually undefeated. I mean, he won 4 years. He was the top wrestler. His friend, Tony, who's another champion, I'll introduce you to, Tony. But these two guys were on the Penn State team. And Bo Nickel went, you couldn't defeat the guy. And then he had every battle. I guess he was a 3 or 4 time All-American. But then he turned pro and he went to the UFC. Did you find them tougher? Yes, a little different. You know, a little different. But he's won just about everything. But he had a big fight last week with a lot of pressure, with the White House in the background. And he's a guy that I like. I met him a while ago. I looked at the years. I said, man, this guy's a fighter. You can tell a lot by the years. And he told me, no, he doesn't mind the years. He likes them. It's almost a symbol. For great fighters, it's a symbol. That's why I'm worried about you, Tony. You have pretty normal ears. But I got to know Bo a little bit, and I got to root for him. And I almost felt like his father up there. His father's great, but I felt like his father, so I was nervous for the fight. And he was fighting somebody that Dana White, the great Dana White, he's a phenomenal guy. He said, no, Bo's got a tough one tonight. I said, why? Why do you do that to him? Because if you lose it this night, it was the biggest audience they've ever had, by far. The whole world watched it. The people at the White House, we had 5,000 seats around the cage we built. And we had 100,000, more than 100,000 people in the park right next door. We had the largest television audience they've ever had, by far. They said, why do you have to give him such a tough opponent? He was pretty tough. But then it happened. So Bo is known as a great wrestler because he was the best wrestler by far in college. Nobody could beat him. And I figured Bo would be wrestling. But no, he wasn't wrestling. He was punching. I said, Bo, grab his legs and start wrestling. That's what you do. But he didn't do that. He didn't listen to me. And he got a shot off that was brutal. And in the first round, right, knocked him out. He was really knocked out. Great fighter. The guy was a great fighter, is a great fighter. So I just want to thank, he's from Penn State. He loves Penn State. He is the NCAA wrestling champion. And just fantastic. And his friend, and you probably know, is also, I think you were roommates, right? That's a tough room. I wouldn't want to fight these two guys. Let's go picking those two guys. I don't think so. But he was the heavyweight, and he lost a lot of weight. He weighed 35, 40 pounds. I asked him, how much did you wrestle? About 40 pounds heavier. In other words, you want to live, right? You decide to lose it. But he was also the champion, NCAA champion, and his name is Anthony Cassar. So come up here, fellas, because I want to just ask the audience a question. Come here. Come here, Bo. So here's my question. If I work out for the next couple of months, really work hard, lifting those weights, and really, really work, could I beat Bo or Anthony in wrestling? You're very disloyal. You're very disloyal. Say a couple of words about your fight.
Appreciate it. Wow, what an honor to be here. I think walking up here, I was almost as nervous as the fight, but it feels like a fight. Yeah, it feels like it, but this is exciting. I'm grateful to be here with everybody. So grateful to President Trump for making an event that, in my mind, never seemed possible happen. UFC Freedom 250 on the White House lawn. Unbelievable. I don't think there are too many presidents that have the courage to do something like that, and just so unbelievable. For me, both my parents were high school teachers. My dad was a wrestling coach. My grandpa was a wrestling coach. And I grew up around sports and just competing from 5 years old. And so to be able to do something like that is a dream come true. And it's just through hard work, effort, discipline, and a lot of time in the wrestling room, a lot of time in the cage that I was able to do that. And that's really because America is the land of opportunity. And if you set to your mind to something and you feel passionate about what you do, you can accomplish anything. And thank you. I don't want to take too much time, but I want to tell a quick story about the first time I met President Trump. It was in 2019 at the White House, and our team and I won the Nationals, the NCAAs, and at Penn State we are. Let's go. And we were given the opportunity to meet President Trump, and it was really special because he took a lot of extra time to talk with us as wrestlers. I think he respected the wrestlers a lot, and I told him that when I'm done wrestling, I was going to fight, and he asked me if I needed a manager. And I thought that he has better things to do than that. But really since then, I feel like we've had a special connection that I'm extremely grateful for. And, fast forward 7 years, I'm fighting on the White House lawn, and I turn and look at my corner, and President Trump is right next to him. And so it felt to me like he was in my corner. I know that was something that was just so special. And I feel like just incredibly grateful. And overall, the whole week of the experience, everything, the word that kept coming to mind and the emotion that I kept feeling was gratitude. And I'm grateful for President Trump, grateful for all my friends and family and supporters, and I'm grateful to be an American, and it's the best country on earth, and God bless you all.
How's everybody doing? This is an awesome crowd. I'll keep this really short. It's just an honor to be here. Bo and I have been roommates since our freshman year at Penn State and never could imagine this, but it's an honor to support Mr. President, this great nation, and the American workers that build the foundation of the United States of America. So as a small business owner, real estate investor, I just want to thank President Trump for the big, beautiful bill, all he's done for small business owners. And most importantly, I pray that God will continue to bless him and guide him to lead this great nation. And God bless all of us. Thank you.
Two great champions. That's great. It's good to have them here, too. We have a lot of champions in the audience. These are two very special people. When you do that, I was saying to myself, going into that ring and you got all these people. We had the richest and the biggest politicians. We had the biggest of everything. You couldn't get a ticket. The tickets were selling for some crazy numbers, I heard. We gave them away to everybody, but somehow some got out. And I was saying that's a tremendous amount of pressure, and you're fighting the toughest people on earth. I mean, these are the strongest, toughest men on earth. No women in the crowd, which is nice. But these are the toughest men on earth, and it's tremendous pressure. And the muscles, you got the muscles, you guys, you got the big strong muscles, but you got this muscle too, because it takes much more than just the normal muscle to win those matches. I mean, the strategy and the genius that goes into it. It is a genius. A lot of people wouldn't understand that. But there's a genius. There's a genius in sports. But there's a great amount of courage and power that you have that a lot of other people don't have. So congratulations. Really great job. Great job. Good to have you here. In everything we do, we're once again fighting for the people of Pennsylvania, and that includes our amazing Pennsylvania oil and gas workers. And I ended last administration's war on Pennsylvania energy, and I signed an order to drill, baby, drill. That's what we did. Right, David? And you helped. The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and gas on earth, larger than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined by a lot. Think of that. Who would have thought that? We were in 4th place. Now we're larger than, and that doesn't include Venezuela. Include Venezuela once because it's essentially should be included. I also ended the war on clean, beautiful Pennsylvania coal. In fact, in my administration, you're not, because you know coal was dead. China uses it. Other countries, very successful countries, use it. The unsuccessful countries use wind, those beautiful windmills that blow around and round and don't do anything except cost you money. Every time it goes around, you lose $10. It's supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. No, wind is every country that's using wind is a disaster. Every country that's using our beautiful substances from underground are doing very nicely, thank you. But in my administration, you're not allowed to say the word coal without preceding that word with the words clean, beautiful. So you say clean, beautiful coal. And I have Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, who's fantastic, and Chris Wright. And they made a speech about coal, and they mentioned coal like 50 times in the speech. It's all about coal. And they kept saying, clean, beautiful coal, clean, beautiful coal. I said, no, it's enough. It's enough. But we're not allowed to use the word coal without saying, because what they can do with coal today is amazing. It is clean. It is beautiful. They can clean it. And it's a very powerful form of energy. And if you look at China, they're building 57 coal plants throughout, big monster plants all over their country. And then we're not supposed to do that? No, we're doing that. Clean, beautiful coal. We've invested over $1 billion to save dozens of coal mines. We've saved them. They were ready to close, and some had closed. And more than 100 coal power plants, including the Keystone and the Conemaugh generating stations, right here in Pennsylvania, as you know, are really moving now and employing a lot of people. They were all getting ready to close up. They were essentially closed. We're working hard to lower the cost for all consumers, and we want powerful energy. Under my administration, the most favored nation agreements on drug prices that we just did are delivering the largest prescription drug price cuts in history, with numbers like 400, 500, and even a 600% reduction from where it was. Think of that. That alone should win us the midterm. And the fake news back there refuses to talk about it because they know how good it is, because they can't produce it. They've been trying to do it for years. Favored nation. We paid the highest drug price in the world by far. As an example, for the fat drug, which Bo and Tony don't need to take, but a lot of people are taking. Who takes the fat drug? So in New York, think of it, it was costing a fortune. Many, many times it was costing $1,300. And in London, it was $87. And a friend of mine who's extremely fat, sloppy, but very brilliant. He's a brilliant businessman, but he's a slob. There's no question about it. Very neurotic person, which you need sometimes to be successful. But he called me up. He used to call me Donnie. Donnie! Now he calls me Mr. President. That's a sign of great respect. But he said, President, I just came over here and I bought, I won't say Ozempic or whatever the hell it was, but I bought the fat drug. I said, I didn't know you used it because it's not working. And I used him as, he's begging me not to use his name, so I won't. But he's a very successful guy. He's actually a pretty well-known guy, brilliant business guy, worth a lot of money. And he checked. He just, he said, well, how come in London I just sent out and I'm paying $87, and in New York I'm paying $1,300? I said, because that's the way the prices are rigged. And it's rigged. The whole world is rigged against us. And I said, but you know what? You brought it out better than anybody could bring it out, because I've been looking at it. They all said it was impossible to do. And I went to the drug companies. I said, well, it's not going to be any more. You're going to raise their price a little bit. You're going to lower ours a lot, because the world is bigger than us. So it really worked that way. And they said, well, we'll do it. They were very unhappy, but they knew I wouldn't get it from the countries, because you had to get it from the countries. Then I went to France. I said to a very nice man named Emmanuel Macron, I said, Emmanuel, you got to raise your prices on drugs. Of course I will not do that. Why would I do that? Because it's unfair. We're paying 10 times more than you, and you're going to have to raise them a little bit. We're going to drop ours a lot. He said, no, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will. He said, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will. We're putting a 100% tariff on all wines and champagnes coming into the United States. He said, yes, I will do that. I promise. And I had the same conversation with Germany, with every country, with UK, every single one of them within 5 minutes agreed to do it. Nobody could believe it. And they agreed to raise their price, and we have gotten the biggest price reductions in the history of drugs, medical. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So instead of paying $1,300, you'll be paying about $175. Nobody's ever done that before. And this is on many, many drugs. A pill that sells for $10 in London and selling for $150 in Texas or any place, it's all the same in the United States. They basically discriminated. So now instead of $10, it goes to $20 because, again, the world is a big place. And we would bring ours down to 20, from like 150 down to 20. This is the kind of price reductions you're getting. Go to Trump.com, by the way. And I didn't name it. That was Bobby Kennedy that did it with Dr. Oz. Everyone thinks I named it. I did not name it, but that site is through the roof. And these are the biggest price reductions in the history of our country for anything having to do with drugs, prescription medicine. So that alone should win the midterms. And there's a real chance that they would end it because they're totally controlled by these foreign countries, the Democrats. So starting next week, weight loss drugs will be available for just $50. Think of that. For seniors who previously had to pay $1,200, $1,300, $1,400, couldn't pay it. Think of that. Now, they don't want to write. Look, they turn the cameras off when I talk about it because they don't want good stuff for us, because they don't want us to win elections. And why, I don't know. Why they want to have people pouring into our country, why they want to have high taxes, why they want to have all of these problems that took place over the last 4 years of the last administration, one of the worst administrations in history. But the other ones wouldn't be much better because they have all of these crazy policies. They've gone communist. But just over 1 year ago, we inherited the worst border in history, but I quickly turned it into the most secure border in the history of our country by far. Almost nobody is able to get in. And in the past 13 months, and this is a chart kept by generally Democrat people, in the past 13 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. Think of that. 0. And even I find that hard to believe, but it's 0. I mean, they'd love to have it be high, but we can't do that. We have a country, and we're going to run it well. We don't want to have prisons released into our... Some of these countries were emptying their prisons into the United States of America through the southern border. Prison population. Some of the countries had no prison population left. You know what that saves them? Some of them had no mental institutions. The mental institutions were taken. All of those people were taken to our southern border and allowed to just walk freely into our country under Sleepy Joe Biden and his group of thugs, their group of real thugs. Weaponization, that's all they're good at, weaponization and cheating on elections. In 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded in the history of our country, despite the fact that we haven't gotten all of these criminals out of our country. We had the lowest since 1900, that's 125 years ago. And we cut the flow of fentanyl across our border by 56%. That's a big number. And we cut the flow of illegal drugs coming in by water, coming in by ocean or sea. We cut it by 97%. 97%. It's very drastic, but people aren't traveling that way too much anymore. We have the most powerful. I built the military in my first term. We used it in my second term, more than I thought, but we have no choice. We have no choice. But think of it. We cut fentanyl. For years, they've been interdicting. They've been grabbing boats, bringing them in, putting them in court. They go out by the same night. They're back sending drugs by the ocean, by the Gulf, by the sea. And now it's down 97%. And we're looking for the 3%, because I think those 3% are more brave than Bo Nickel was any day. The 3% of the people that are willing to get into a boat to deliver drugs now. They are the bravest people perhaps anywhere in the world. But it won't happen long. But what we've done is amazing. Our military, we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest law enforcement in the world. And we have the highest number of recruiting. So a year and a half ago, it was headlines. Nobody wanted to join the military, the Army, Navy, Marine. Nobody wanted to join any of them. Air Force, Space Force. I love Space Force. Coast Guard. Nobody wanted to join any of the military. They had tremendous recruitment problems. And even it carried over to the police. You have great police here. The police and the fire departments. Nobody wanted to do anything with the name America, anything with the uniform. And today, we have the highest recruitment, the most successful recruitment. Every single slot is filled. And that includes, they want to be policemen and they want to be firemen and women. So we went from the least successful in our history, David, to the most successful in the history in terms of recruitment. It was very embarrassing. A year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and it all happened from November 5th. That's when we won the election. From November 5th on, everybody wants to be a soldier. Everybody wants to be in the Army, the Navy, the Marines. They want to fly the jets in the Air Force. The Coast Guard is hot. Everything's hot. And, of course, Air Force. You know, I started Air Force. That was a part of the Air Force. The Space Force was part of the Air Force. I said, no, it's got to be separate. Got to do its own thing. And it's become. So we were in third place 4 or 5 years ago, and I put it in. We were losing to China and to Russia. And now we're totally ahead of both of them, like at numbers that they can't believe. Space Force is going to end up being one of your most important. To stop the massive theft of taxpayer dollars, including millions of illegals, we've launched the war on fraud led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He's doing a great job. Doing a great job. Smart guy. We ended Medicaid for illegal immigrants, and we redirected $50 billion to make the largest investment in rural health in the history of our country, hospitals and everything else in the rural areas. And with the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, we will defend our jobs, our factories, our safety, and we will defend our borders like never before. We will crush violent crime, impose harsh new penalties on dangerous repeat offenders that shouldn't be in our country, crack down on Marxist prosecutors and judges, and we will immediately end the most dangerous thing that's ever been put into our country from the standpoint of law enforcement. Is called no cash bail. You kill someone, you go to the judge, they let you out, then you kill somebody in the afternoon. It's crazy. That was the beginning of crime. We will pass the great health care plan to stop all payments to big insurance companies and give the money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be much better care at a much lower cost. And we will pass the Save America Act to protect our sacred American election. And in the Save America Act, it's very simple. All voters must show a photo, voter ID. Very nice. May we see a picture, please? All voters must provide proof of citizenship. And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And we will also, in that same bill, enshrine in permanent law no men in women's sports and no transgender surgery for our children. So together with the help of patriots throughout Pennsylvania and all across the land, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. It's all happening. It's all happening. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Pennsylvania.
All right, you guys have a great afternoon. See ya. Bye. Hit the like button. Share this out. Thank you.